Alright, hello everyone. Let me get rid of starting soon because we're ready to start. I don't know if we have a draft yet, but I'm here. Hello everyone, we have Noob Netrum and Swizabilka on YouTube. Hello. On Twitch, we have Bailu, Cassus, a specific god, and thank you specific god for gifting a sub. For gifting to Kilutea? Several L's there, I don't know how to say it, but thank you TWTIS12, the Twittis12 for the follow, thank you. Hello Undead Phil and Infinite Artificer. About a year ago, you requested your local library get the translation of The Secret History of the Mongols. They finally did it and you got it today. Only there were a Rick May narration to that. How is the stream quality looking? Are we going live on YouTube okay? Let me know if everything's okay on YouTube. It looks a bit weird on my end if I'm looking at it. Okay, now maybe we're good. I'm asking the YouTube chat if we're good. Hello, Greentail the Fox. Kilutea. There we go. See, phonetics. I need some pronunciation guides for names. So welcome everyone to Thalassocracy. And now that I am remembering, I need to swap my patch to the Thalassocracy patch because I swapped back for Stronghold Frenzy. My plan today is to cast both Thalassocracy sets and then finish off the community leagues of Stronghold Frenzy and seeing how I'm doing after that. Maybe we'll do community games, maybe we'll do map scripting, I don't know. I got a lot of work I gotta do for maps coming up for TTL and for another audio mod I've been meaning to make. But I hope you all are doing well. And let me see, let me get my Discord rolling. Double check that I can get drafts if they're happening. I'm gonna make an announcement that we're live. And also copy this. Looks good. Palmat on YouTube. Miss Luna Rain today on YouTube. Everything is on fire. Oh no. And we're gonna have King of the Desert starting next week. King of the Desert. Looking forward to that. Went to YouTube to check it was running. How are you, T West? I'm doing pretty well. What happens if I do not swap? If I don't swap back, then the game goes out of sync. That's what happens. Let's see. I have two capture ages open. I have capture age and I have Thalassocracy capture age. I saw these were best of 7s. It feels early for a best of 7. But... oh no, best of 5. They're best of 5s. Okay. Silly me. The bigger gap in the timings on the calendar made me think there was best of 7s. They're best of 5 still. This is flooded KUTD? I don't think so. I don't think we can quite get to that level. Okay, we have drafts. Let me get the drafts on the screen, and I think we're just about ready to go. Whoosh, drafts. We'll start on Bog Islands, then home maps for Hera are Northern Isles and Water Nomad. Home maps for Vinch are Golden Swamp and Aqua Arena. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the common water map civs that they've drafted. No surprises with their picks there. Absolutely no surprises at all. Imagine Aqua. Ooh, that's a good idea for a map. There's Liereyy, you're a platform nomad, playing some Nomad, swapping between Twitch and YouTube. Let's see, I don't see them started yet, so we didn't miss anything. All is good then. So how's everyone in the chat doing today? How's everyone on Twitch, on YouTube? How are you all doing? Oh, also apologies, Twitch, I forgot. I need to play an ad. I didn't play an ad at the start of the stream. So let me do that now. I'm sorry, before we get into the game. I'll do like a 2-minute ad. My apologies, Twitch. But that's why all the subs are nice, because it helps us keep the ads off of YouTube and helps me not need to crank up the ad timing on Twitch. Got your book, just set some meat to marinate for tomorrow. That will be a treat after work tomorrow. So you're gonna read your Mongols book with some hunt. Take advantage of the hunt bonus, I see. That's the way to do it, I'd say. You're about to play disc golf for 4 hours. Well, good luck. I've never played disc golf, but I was, as a cross-country runner, our secondary sport was ultimate frisbee. So I am familiar with the frisbee. And I approve. Your elbows and shoulder, right? Yeah, the shoulder, that's important. That's important for me. I'm working on... as I've been saying, I have some nerve pain that goes kind of from my neck, shoots through the shoulder into the elbow and into my hand. So I've been doing some physical therapy to try to rehab that. And hopefully get back to bench pressing so I can... And just in general, going to the gym. Didn't I say 2-minute ad? It differs for people depending on country and region and settings and how much Twitch wants to show you ads. Okay, I still don't see a lobby. I'm just saying 14. I also have my coffee in front of me, so I'll try to drink this. I literally, Thanksgiving yesterday, and I slept in today. I literally rolled out of bed to start casting. So no webcam, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd show off my coffee mug. I didn't get a Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I actually made my own coffee today in the drip machine that I have. I don't like it as much, but it'll do. It'll be cheaper in the long run. More money to spend on show matches. Maybe another Civ Builder event sometime. Less driving in the morning, more time for other stuff like math or pacifist campaigns. Hello, Solo. Hello. You like disc golf a lot, and there is a course nearby in a public park, and it's really good. Yeah, I've never done it. I don't think there's any... I mean, there probably is disc golf here in Jersey. I'd be surprised if there isn't, but I've never looked for it. Not sure your Civ bonus works. You're British, but you don't have the extra range. Oh yeah, I heard about the fire. I heard about that. Sounded pretty large. Oh, also, is Twitch doing a thing where subs are discounted? I thought they had, or they have like a Black Friday thing? I don't even, I'm not even keeping up with Twitch anymore. Oh yeah, it is. Apparently gift subs are 35% off. If you gift 5+, so if you gift some subs this weekend, you get a discount. And greetings, Jimmy. How you doing, Jimmy? Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Who in the chat celebrates Thanksgiving? 'Cause I know we're very international, but I think my viewership is still majority American, based on the stats that I see. I should check those stats at some point. As I do, Palmat's raising his hand. And especially where they let someone gift 1,000 subs at once. That is a lot of subs. You can also gift YouTube memberships. I'm not sure how it works though. I think you need to turn on the ability to receive gifts. So I've seen people like, send gifts and receive them themselves. It was great. Oh, that's good to read. I gotta make sure when I'm reading the Twitch chat, I can't say it's good to hear, because obviously I don't hear it, unless I have some type of text-to-speech. It's good to read, good to see. Can you send pickles? If you sub to Doubt, I think he has a Doubt pickle emote you could spam in the chat. Maybe I should set up treat stream so that people can gift me food. Good to be here in a broadcast. Hera YouTube. Hera has a YouTube emote. I'm surprised Twitch allows that as an emote. There's Water Nomad, Aqua Arena. Why is there no Liquid Arabia? Someone suggested that earlier. We should probably make it. Standard Arabia does have ponds, though. I mean, we have Dry Arabia. And the counter to Dry Arabia would be Normal Arabia. I'm getting better at making these coffees myself. I finally made it strong enough for this morning. My ones the past few days have been a bit too watery and not strong enough. I'll probably get another coffee between the sets. Alright, here we go, here we go. They have launched their game. They've discussed their pings. And alright, so the colors right now are Hera is blue and Vinchester is purple. What do we want to do with the colors, chat? Remember, it is a water map, so blue might be a bit hard to see. Do we want to change Hera's color to something that's not blue? Or do we change Vinchester? We could be boring and put Vinchester in red. What do we want? Leave it be. We can't leave blue purple, and people, whenever I do blue purple, people can't see it. Red yellow? Who is red and who is yellow then? They can turn on Daltonian mode on their own device. Dravidian's yellow. It's Armenians, Mongols when we load into the game. There's no Dravidians this game. Alright, oh, my bad. Wrong version of Capture Age. This is the water Capture Age. There we go. Alright, so chat said red and yellow. Hera red, Vinch yellow, and then we can see it maybe. Campaign colors, purple, orange. Alright, so Hera will be the red Armenians. Vinch will be the yellow Mongols. We'll keep them in these colors because hopefully they show up well on the water terrains. Blue and purple, I think, has colorblind issues, and blue is maybe sometimes hard to see on the water. Cyan's sometimes hard to see on the shallows. So we'll stick with this. And hopefully gold doesn't get confused with any of the gold mines. They're kind of different on Capture Age. Anyway, Armenians, Mongols. I've seen Mongols a few times on Bog Islands because you have 3 rhinos. The rhinos have 400 food each, and you can go for a very fast uptime. This is the new beta for the upcoming potential water rework, so demo ships have been nerfed. Usually on Bog Islands, if you go for a lumber camp on the outside, you can see demos going to attack the wood lines. But probably not on this balance patch. Let's see, 5 on the Rhino for Hera, as he sends Vils to the mule cart. On the side is the Armenians. Armenians, a great water sieve, and also potential for a fortified church rush. Mongols, hunt bonus, super fast up. Always been a good water sieve because of their uptiming. There are only 2 valid color systems matching Civ emblem color and player color, or following the campaigns. Following the campaigns is definitely the most valid. I don't think we can do orange red though. Only 4 on the Rhino, as Vinch will put 6 on the wood line. Vinch and his Onimaru team, I know they must have been practicing. They had their boot camp recently. Red yellow sounds good. I always like when my colors have pleasing sounds. Randomly assign colors per game. That's good. With your selection method rolling D8 leaves open the possibility of repeat colors. We could actually roll a D9 because white is a color. That would be horrific. Chicho, hello. Are the starting positions always like this on one edge? So on Bog Islands, this is presumably using DEs. I need to make a video about this. I have a 15 to 20 minute I have a 20-minute video where I've edited 15 minutes of it, where I explain something about how this happens. Basically, DE has a map command where you say, place the TCs on a circle, and you'll see those circle minimap mods that basically draw that circle so you can tell essentially where the opponent's TC is, and be careful not to run your scout into it or optimize your scouting pattern along the circle to find them. The question then is, how close can they be next to each other on the circle? And how I describe it is, if you draw a line from the TC to the center of the map, and then over to the other TC, the angle formed by those lines at the extreme is 90 degrees, and that's what we're seeing here. And that's why I don't like doing that in my own maps, and instead prefer to place the TCs directly myself, instead of relying on the inbuilt command for it, because I think this is a bit too close sometimes. Depends on the map though. Maybe here it's fine, but you can have big differences. If you ever played Migration in AOC, sometimes the mainland is half the map, and the 2 islands are on one side, and it's a direct grush between the 2 players. Yeah, Phosphoro uses that mod. Well, Phosphoro uses every mod. Phosphoro once messaged me asking if there were a way to mod farm graphics to be 1 tile by 1 tile to prevent misclicks. Foss is pretty crazy with the mods. And I enjoy it though. I love how everyone uses their own set of mods for AoE 2. That was one of my big takeaways when I hosted the Saladin Showdown. If you remember, I made a scenario in the vein of the Barbarossa Brawl a few years ago, and ran a contest with it. And everyone had to submit videos of their high scores. And what I gathered from watching all those videos, as Hera will kill Vinch's scout by virtue of being up to feudal faster, is that everyone has their own set of mods, and it was lovely to see. If you put on the mods command on Phosphorus Stream, you get 30 plus mods listed. And I've made a few mods myself. It's a good thing to optimize. As I said, I have a mod project I'm working on right now to do an audio mod. I've been falling behind on it. So Hera will be opening with hulks. On this map, I suppose there is virtue to opening with galleys and going pure galley, but here it will just be a hulk play. Now, towers absolutely destroy hulks. Hulks have low pierce armor, and towers will shred them. So Hera going to lose another hulk here, undoubtedly. Down it goes. But he did manage to pick off 2 villagers. So trading some naval presence for the villagers, and now after he sees that Vinch is opening hulks, Hera will swap into galleys. Hulks probably better at sniping vills as long as they can get right on top of them. Demos have been nerfed. They've done everything. They've made them weaker. They've, I think, made them more expensive. And they've made demos have their own upgrade line. So all other ships, the galley line, the fire line, the hulk line, have one upgrade, medium and then, or one set of upgrades, medium and then heavy warships. The demos have their own separate upgrades. And to go from demo raft to demo ship to heavy demo is very expensive. And also time consuming in that you're not upgrading the rest of your ships. It's only the specialized case of demos, which now that they're weaker don't have a use case. Who is my favorite in this match? Well, Andy's not playing this match. Hera and Vinchester, this is the matchup of both players who are 3k plus elo. Vinch did manage to surpass 3k, and as far as I know, he's only the second player behind Hera to have surpassed 3k elo on DE. He's been grinding a lot. I know he was at that Unamaru boot camp. And Stonewall will go down to the galleys. Benching Andy. Well, they are teammates. They're both on Unamaru now. I can see the Onimaru adding to the confusion. And imagine a demo coming in right now. Boom on the tower. Vinch adding fish traps. Okay. There aren't many deep fish on this map. And they're pretty far away from where you can dock. They're in the middle, but you can't dock them. They're gonna go for vills here. Being super aggressive. And getting under the tower with the galleys. And there's a GG from Vinch. Vinch got the walls up, but not enough HP on them to keep the galleys out. Hera, with the Armenians, had a nice build with the mule carts for a fast uptime, completely chopped his wood line. Opened with hulks, then swapped to galleys. With the uptiming, he managed to kill the scout and then kill vills with the hulks. Took some damage from the tower, but forced an immediate tower from Vinch. That can't be good on the economy. Vinch only had one dock. Vinch was trying to stonewall and go FC. If Vinch had somehow gotten a bit more HP on those walls, maybe it's a different story. But Hera wins that first game very quickly. And he's off to a great start. 8-3 KD. Better eco. I wish Capture Age gave me this. There we go. Better eco. Corresponds more to the stats up there. And faster uptime than the Mongols. I wonder if Vinch... We saw him leaving only 4 vills on the Rhino and heading over to the Woodline early. So maybe he was planning for some type of fast castle build with the Mongols but couldn't pull it off. Not entirely sure what he was doing there, but he was up really late for having picked Mongols. I don't know who that is, Bob. Once you've used the modern demo, you'll never stop wanting to BM Cision with your bare hands. Be nice to Cision. He's some questionable balance choices, but he's a reasonable person. Be nice to him. Played a lot against the AI, and the problem is that you always get the same seeds. How do you fix this? Oh, and the map seeds? That's just a DE bug, and I honestly, I wish I had a fix for that. Let me answer that after the ad break, so that I can ensure you hear me. Ads off to YouTube. And next will be Aqua Arena. I'll answer that question in 30 seconds. I'll say hi to YouTube. Hello, 7 Polar. Hello, Mr. Blazeit. Hello, Coco. You hate how all the ships become available in the same age. Demo raft should just be removed and maybe make it one demo. Can a demo still one-shot under HP units? That's a good question. Remind me to check the stats next time I see someone make a demo. Oh! No one's gonna make a demo. He opened YouTube just in case. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Oh no, capture age, look at this. Cannot verify the security of my connection. Oh no, we're insecure. Access to the content has been restricted. My preview of the recordings isn't there. I need to contact my ISP for help. I don't know if they can help me with this. Random seed repeats over and over in offline lobby. Unfortunately, my answer is that is a bug in DE. And it happens sometimes. Maybe restarting the game can help. But once more, Hera in the red, Vinch in the yellow. But if you've ever paid really close attention, you may have seen a couple games, I know Hera had one once, where he had 25 villagers in a row that were all female villagers. 25. And it's supposed to be 50-50. And the probability of flipping a coin and getting 25 heads in a row is quite small. It's not non-zero, but it's quite small. And there have been weird instances for the random number generator in DE that has given those repetitive streaks of the same outcome. And you can see it in various places. Sometimes you'll see birds get stuck randomly pathing and going back and forth in the same line. And I don't know what it is. I don't know how. But I believe there are bugs in DE's random number generation. And they seem to manifest themselves if you generate maps in single player that you might get the same map over and over and over. Or the same map seed at least. And I wish I had a solution because it affects me when I'm testing maps in single player. And I don't know if there's a workaround. You might be able to restart DE and force it to generate new seeds if you restart the game completely. That's my only real hypothesis. If you generate maps, eventually they seem to stop repeating. But it's something I've encountered. It's something when I ask other people to help test maps often is reported to me. And I wish I had a better answer. Is the male Vil better than the female Vil, or is it the same? There used to be very slight differences between them. Actually, I don't know if they ever fixed the bug. There's a bug... Well, there were 2 bugs introduced recently, where if you were playing the poles, and they're supposed to collect gold while mining stone, only the male Vils did that, and it was broken, the female Vils didn't. But they fixed that. At the same time, though, there was another bug, where if villagers could not steal farms, they would only attack them. But I think that bug remains for male Vils. Male Vils would attack farms instead of stealing them. I don't know if that was ever fixed. It might have been fixed. I forget if there were patch notes. That might have been fixed. Other than that, I have an old YouTube video about differences between male and female villagers. There was a slight difference in the attack timings and synchronization of their animations if they were to fight each other. So if a male and a female Vil started fighting each other at exactly the same moment, I think it was the male Vil. One of them had an attack delay of 1.5 and the other was 1.05. I don't know if that was a typo or if it was just trying to get the animations to sync. But I think it was the male Vil who would always, by a fraction of a second, win the fight if they fought at exactly the same time. But I think that's been updated in DE. I think they're equal now. So if there are any differences remaining, they're either bugs or unintentional. Yeah, I have an old video about that. There was also a bug about Nomad, where different vills would produce different types of vision in team games. I think that's been addressed too. Or, honestly, these days, it doesn't need to be addressed because of allied vision. When you finish one game, start another lobby, it's weird to get the same seed. Yes! If you use the restart button, then it gives you the same seed. But that's intentional. If you go out and host another lobby, I don't know why, you get different seeds. It's quite weird. They took different swings. There was never a difference in... Ooh, I mean... I don't recall that being a difference. I could see someone neglecting to set stats for one of the lumberjacks. So this is how trees work. Every tree in the game has 20 hit points, and there aren't any of them on this map. But go play the William Wallace campaign, and you'll see the oak forest trees. The default forest terrain. Those have 30 hit points. The way lumberjacks work is they have 15 attack, that all applies to trees. Everything they have, building, melee, stone defense, and tree, all applies to trees. That's 15 total attack against 20 hit points. It takes 2 swings of the axe to fall a tree. But the hill bonus applies. So if you are downhill and you have a 30 HP tree, one of those oak forest trees that is uphill, then it actually takes 3 swings. So if you saw a difference between male and female vills, in chopping trees, it might have just been one of them was downhill from an oak forest tree. And it might not have been the vill, just might have been the circumstance that they're chopping a tree. And that's why if you research Supremacy or Sappers or Inca blacksmith upgrades, then you can fall trees in different numbers of swings. You can get it down to 1 swing if you research Sappers, so it's a very, very slight eco bonus. Trees, your favorite kind of stone defense? It's actually because trees have 0 base armor. Every unit has, for the most part, 10,000... Capture Trace doesn't show it, but 10,000 base armor. That way, if a villager like a lumberjack has an attack, and then the object it's attacking does not have a corresponding armor, it uses the base armor. And usually 10,000 is such a large value that it completely cancels out the attack. So the +3 against buildings would do 0 attack. But trees are weird in that they have 0 base armor, so all of the attacks apply. It's not the 10,000 to cancel everything out, it's just 0. And then the calculation is... Building 3 minus 0 is 3. Melee is 3 minus 0 for 3, and so on. So you do 3 plus 3 plus 6 plus 3 for 15 against trees. Yeah, so if you saw vills chopping trees in different numbers of swings, it might not have been the vill, it might have just been a hill or the tree HP. As I said, every tree has 20 HP aside from the most common tree in the game, which by itself only has 30. I don't know why, probably just a relic of early AoE 2 development from the 90s that never was changed. So, as people are booming in the Dark Age, we can talk about random AoE trivia. We'll have... Wait, is fishing lines a Dark Age tech? It is for the Burgundians. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So gill nets has been split into 2 techs. There's fishing lines and then gill nets. Fishing lines usually available in the Feudal Age, but as the Burgundians, Hera can research that in the Dark Age. Makes his fishing ships collect a bit more quickly. On Aquarina, they have lots of fish and then a few oysters for gold. The seawalls are not that sturdy, but they do offer you a bit of protection. This map was made by Bazi, who also made Zawal and Sardis, if you've been watching any clown events. Vinch saying, I don't need no walls, deleting to get more docks on the outside. Persians, Burgundians, Persians faster working docks. Burgundians will have fishing lines and gill nets early, and also good eco upgrades. I'd imagine double bit axe in the Dark Age when you're going for a fast castle on a water map. Oh, that must be sick. Always seems that Persian eco is better. Persian eco is great if you're pumping fishing ships out from docks. Let's look at the numbers, 23 to 26. Yeah, I guess that is better for Hera. Res collected, very close. Persians and Burgundians staying in touch with their economies, and now it will be a swap to galleys. And a swap to hulks. And presumably galleys counter hulks. That's what it's supposed to be anyway. Although hulks are speedy enough, they can catch the galleys. I think this is pretty similar to the old balance of galleys versus fires, where once you get enough galleys, you can outrun the hulks. But maybe the hulks are speedy enough they can micro. I mean, these things are fast. 1.5, that's faster than the old fires used to be. Gillants now adds carry capacity, not only speed, so it's more relevant for distant fish than fish traps. Yeah, we'll need to compare Black Forest fish booms in team games and see how the efficiency of fish booms works before and after. He also made Bozzy random and walled Bozzy random, that's true. And Aqua Arena is officially part of the game. I think it's been in the ranked rotation before. But you can select it and play it yourself. There's no mod needed for it. Is Sardis in the game? It might be. Sardis, as we learned, can use some work. That is Saracen's map. So Vinch up to castle. Hera behind him a bit. Vinch faster. Not as many resources collected, but Persian eco kicking in. And the Persian eco will probably continue to matter more in the castle age. I don't know if Hera's going to do an early two-man saw. Maybe he would. Maybe he's just going to go up to imp. Hera could fast imp, and I have seen fast imps on this map. As he's getting galleys out himself, but now 18 to 11 galleys. And Vinch certainly has more galleys, and he will do medium warships, bodkin, and slam down a university. I don't know what the priority... I think the priority still is ballistics, but you also can have the speed techs at the university now as that tower is going down. There is incendiaries, the fire ship techs, but you're not going to worry about them here. There's clinker construction and carvel hull, which is husbandry for ships to make them faster. Think if Hera fast imps he will die? Maybe. I have no idea. Persians, remember, Persians have to be aggressive. They are going to lack Bracer in Imp. So you don't want to play late game on the water with Persians. You're not going to have a great galleon line. Vinch wants to push now and take water as Hera is up to Imp. And Vinch adding in some fires. Fires are crucial for taking out the sea towers. The sea towers here are not buffed like they are on shoals, but still effective against hulks. A few hulks running forward, and this is where Vinch needs to defend his fish and ensure that the hulks do not destroy the fish. Castle Age fire ship against the Feudal Age hulks. We'll get some damage at least. And no war hulks for Vinch. He'll take out a dock. Has to be careful that Hera did dock on the side. But seems like the frontal assault on Hera's base, trying to keep the numbers down, all in Castle Age, is the play for Vinch. Is it a slang for jail? Not a modern term you'd use, probably. And Hera's gonna call the GG. He's saying my imp isn't gonna be in time, and Vinch's all-in Persian Castle Age pressure worked. Alright, so the difference there, fast imp versus all-in castle. Hera maybe not reading the Civ matchup right? Persians for the economy don't have Bracer. Unless you're gonna go the Hulk and Fire lines only. Let's look at the tech trees. No shipwright for the Persians. They have everything else in the dock other than shipwright. But shipwright is the most important tech. That's a discount and a faster build speed. And then no Bracer for the galleons. So you probably have to go fire ship and fire ship Carrack. And Hera could stay on galleon. He doesn't have shipwright either, but at least he does have all the upgrades for galleons and then has Bracer. So he's going to have a much better imp at the dock. And he's missing heavy demo, but no one does those. No one cares about heavy demos. Missing dry dock. What does dry dock do nowadays? +1 pierce armor. Still doesn't make up for the range of bracer. So very quick, fast imp. Did not work out for Hera. All in Castle Age play for Vinch. And ties it up 1-1. Gotta love Aqua Arena, best map in the map pool. Persian's first overall pick too, so he had a strategy that worked out. Yeah, dry dock used to be carry capacity and faster ships. Now it's armor. And the picture still is boots on the boat to indicate carry capacity. So, yeah, it's a weird one. Next will be Golden Swamp. What a name for a map, Golden Swamp. I think putting fishing ships on oysters is a mistake. They're faster on fish, I think. Fishing line gillnet, Sea Pass Pro. Oh, were those Castle Age hulks? You're right, they were. You're right. Hera was going forward with Castle Age hulks. You're absolutely right about that. They were so short, I thought they were still Feudal Age ships. I need to be more aware of that, thank you. Careening is +1 armor. +1 pierce armor. Do I think it's better than the old one? Honestly, I think that it's worse than the old one. And I'm going to split maps into two categories. There's going to be what I will call the small pond maps, where in the past you would make fire galleys and demos. Now you just make hulks because demos are useless. There's not enough room to micro galleys, and hulks counter the fires, so you just make hulks. And then there are open water maps, where I don't think it really changes much, because galleys still dominate in large numbers. There's maybe a bit more Hulk versus fire transitioning as you go into the Imperial Age from what I've seen. But it's also with a lack of demos. And I think that demos provided a bit of micro that was unique that the hulks now lack. Because hulks and fires are used pretty much the same way. A bit different in this patch because they're speedier. But it's essentially two melee ships that fill the same role, only have different attack bonuses, and don't have different mechanics. And the demo was interesting in the rock, paper, scissors, if you'll call it that, because every ship then had different mechanics. Now there are little subtleties of fires hiding behind other units for cover that still exist, but you're missing the need to flee from demos that would force different types of micro or punish you for not paying attention. And hulks feel like they've added another generic ship that reduces the variation you have in micro. So that's my overall impression. The good thing about it is putting everything on one page of the dock. Not sure how I feel about siphoning off technologies for the university. You already needed the university for ballistics. And it does feel maybe a bit awkward to have dock-specific techs in the university for land games. Although heated shot always was there. I think it affected towers versus camels in the past, if I'm not mistaken, though. But yeah, those are my takeaways. The dock redesigned to put everything on one page is probably a good thing. Other than that, I'm really not a fan of the water change. And I think water did need a pretty big overhaul as far as the fire galley and small pond situation was concerned. And that's the one that is much worse than it was before. That, I think, is strictly worse. Open water maps feels like there's not much of a change because galleys are still dominant for the most part, although there are maybe opportunities to use hulks, like we saw in the first game. We had Hera open for a couple of hulks, and then swap to galleys, but that comes at the expense of demos. So maybe the patch becomes better if they rework demos and make them better, and don't triple nerf them like they did. But right now, I'm honestly not that enthusiastic about it. I'm maybe here missing my old galley micro from AOC, but not really a fan of the gameplay that the Hulk has. Hey, new perhaps the university. Yeah, that's true. I know T90 does a lot of low elo legends where he'll see players research coinage in a 1v1. Just because it's there. That's gonna happen to people at the university. They'll click all the buttons just because they're there. The fishing ship garrison is another change I'm not sure what to think about. I think it makes maps more snowball-y because you can't sneak around and snipe fish when you're losing. As long as your opponent pays attention, they just garrison the dock. And now you're punished even more severely for losing water. Because even if you're garrisoned in your dock, you can't fish. And now you can't stop your opponent from fishing by destroying their fishing ships. They can garrison and with a larger navy, come back and clear your forward. That happened to a lot of people at my university as well. Is that an IRL joke about people clicking all of the buttons at your university? That's like, I had a friend who did 4 majors in college. And they weren't jokes either. He majored in math, chemistry, physics, and biology. That's what it's like to click all the buttons at the university, I'd imagine. Quadruple major. Yep. I only had a double major and a minor. So, forward dock from Hera, and opening with a fire galley. Interesting. Okay. So, Golden Swamp. This gives you the opportunity with the island in the middle to do a forward dock. And in the, what I'll call the current patch, before the hulks were added, the point of the forward dock would be to get fires in your opponent's fish early, and not give them a timing window where they can amass galleys. In the current patch, once you get 4 or 5 galleys, with fletching, then you can out-micro fire galleys in feudal. And the forward dock is to affect the timing and not let them get to that point. Here, though, in the new meta, I'm maybe surprised to have seen fires instead of hulks, but they will go forward and die to the dock, potentially. Why is the fishing ship going forward? That feels risky. Well, I guess there are no more fish in the back. That explains it. Maybe chopped by the other dock. So there is a tower going up on the wood line, and Vinchester has line of sight of that tower. He just did Town Watch, And I don't know if he'll react to it. As the Spanish, he will build his tower more quickly, and probably could deny it. I think the trick here is ensuring that Hera spends enough stone on the tower that he can't do a second, which he has at this point. And then you stop it from going up, but Vinch isn't paying attention. Ooh, and this will be awful for Vinch. Vinch going hulks, they'll be able to clear the fires now. That dock with the garrison and fishing ships did a lot of damage. But also, it wasn't fishing. And no real opportunity to counterattack for Vinch. Forging does apply to the hulks, so you do need forging. And Vinch at least will be able to do a second lumber camp, but with the tower up, that will now delay his ship production. Vinch trying to go one dock hulks. And with the forward dock, Hera... Okay, maybe this explains why the fishing ships are forward now. Hera can garrison and basically have a tower here. And this is ships in docks shooting each other. Study subjects just because they're available, and climb mountains because they're there. Thank you, AC the Great, for the follow. Welcome into the stream. Early Town Watch, yeah, exactly, Early Town Watch, and it felt like it paid off. It felt like it paid off. But he didn't react to the tower. Was so intent on microing on the water that he didn't react to the tower. Hulks feel very weird to micro from what I've seen. It feels as though they're microed like galleys, but only with one range, where you do patrol micro, and they're fast and nimble, and you move them around. And they do a bit of a dance. And here are hulks, more hulks for Hera. Fishing ships not in a position to garrison in the dock. And one of them will go down. The hulks will board the villager to death. There's the ship doctor. Well, he's trapped in a corner now. He's being boarded. I guess my other thought about the water is boarding to do damage feels weird. Lots of other things in Age of Empires 2 feel weird, yes. Hitting a stone wall with a sword to turn it on fire. Ramming the air above a farm to set it on fire. That is weird. But at least there are contexts where that makes sense. Here, boarding a ship to do damage to it doesn't really make sense. And then you compound it by boarding everything else to do damage makes no sense at all. We are boarding the dock to set it on fire. Oh, look at that knocked over basket of fruit. Wait. Oh my gosh. I thought that was only the Mediterranean docks. This dock has a knocked over fruit basket too. The Southeast Asian Malay dock. I never realized that. There's some fruit just sitting there. Not even in a box or anything. That's knocked over. Okay, we'll keep our eye out. This dock here. The Spanish. Yeah, they have a knocked over basket of fruit too, and some fruit just sitting in the back. I thought that was unique to the Mediterranean docks. I never realized the other docks had knocked over baskets too. Yeah, Vinch did pass 3K. I don't know why Capture Age isn't showing the ELO like it did in the previous game, but he is 3005. Hera's only 2K7 at the moment. He has dropped. The forward market from Hera. There he goes. Forward dock has been cleaned. Back dock has not. And most of the ships on the water have been cleaned up from Hera. It's now 8 hulks for Vinch. And Vinch is up to the castle age. He's up faster. So Hera, with that forward dock, with the tower, felt like he was getting a lot of damage, but maybe just not managing his eco. Oh, wait. What do we have here? There was a forward Vil from Vinch. I'm looking at the water. I'm doing the same thing Vinch did earlier when he didn't spot the tower. I'm looking at the water. I need to look at the mini-map and see what's going on. So this is why Hera fell behind. He tried to do an archery range and make an archer swap. But in doing so, he fell behind on water. And now needs to do damage. He needs to do damage. Vinch was here with one Vil. That got denied. I mean, that Hera now needs to do damage with the archers and make this worthwhile. How are archers versus Hulks? Hulks have very low pierce armor, but they still have 90 hit points compared to 30 for the archers. Archers have more range, and you're not worried about demos in the current patch. Do archers massacre Hulks? They're grappling hooks? Is that what they're supposed to be? Oh, a demo! We saw it! Look how useless that was. Look how useless that was. We've seen them wrecked by skirms. Vinch now can do galleys. He doesn't need to stay only Hulk. They're gonna try to bring that Vil back. Vinch adding a castle. It'll be conquistador time. Hera clicks up, he'll be up quickly as the melee, and he'll be able to do crossbow and bodkin. Bodkin should synergize at least a bit with the galleys. Isn't the Hulk described as a boarding ship? And yeah, I know they're grappling hooks, but I thought the point of the grappling hook was to pull the ship in close so you could board it. Not to do damage to the ship itself. Hera has a second demo. Looking at the score and the fact he's making demos, I'm actually worried for him. And remember chat, this is an A-tier tournament. This is not an S-tier tournament. This is Hera's weakness right here. This is Hera's weakness, the A-tier events. Yeah, grappling hooks is what they'd use. Remember, the problem is in Capture Age, oh, there's a demo. It doesn't really do much. Kills a ship. Archers are more deadly than the demo. Capture Age isn't displaying the ropes. It's not displaying the ropes. I'm not hooked on the idea. That is a great pun. When I make a video about my thoughts on the water balance, I will use that pun. Check the demo stat. Ooh, is there a demo? I need the demo to be out of the dock so I can check the stats, though. And here come the conquistadors. Enough archers now with Bodkin that they can deal with the conks. And Hera will be walled, and he will get another TC. Good thing for Hera is even though he lost the water, the score now is indicating water, and there aren't many fish on the map. So Vinch won't have a huge eco lead just from the water. Hera actually ahead in eco so far. And if he can defend from the conks, maybe he's in the better spot, actually, despite the huge score difference. Permission granted. Yeah, exactly. It represents boarding, but the effect is to weaken the ships. I need to play some Star Trek Armada. I've been saying this for a while, but on that game, every ship had a crew resource, and you could transport to ships. And if you got enough crew onto the ship, you'd capture it, and it'd become your own ship. That game was amazing. In Armada 2, I think they might have overcooked and tried to make the scope too large and lost some of the charm of the first game. If you're a Star Trek nerd who likes RTS games, it's on Good Old Games, and I guess Microsoft owns it now. AoE4, Arrow Candy Crush, Arrow AoE2. I'm assuming that those are not greater than signs. Instead, that is the pipeline you followed to go and finally reach a good game. With improving quality per game. Definitely eventually get a workshop forward. It's hard to pressure with only conks when Hera has a nice defense here. Crossbows can sit under the TC and don't have to take fights. And there's nothing forcing a fight. Vinch now ahead in eco though. And the Spanish should be pretty competitive late game on the water. Let's check their tech tree in this patch. The only thing they're missing is they have siphons but no incendiaries, so their fire ships will not have the martyrdom explode on death technology. I don't know how effective that is. Siphons also now has the same icon as fast fire. That's a bit weird. The Malay, same thing, they miss that. They miss heavy demo, but no one cares about that. So similar docks, the advantage though would be Spanish cannon galleons, where they fire more accurately at moving targets and also attack faster. So Spanish cannon galleons are very deadly. I'll need to see how they do on deathmatch. Where's Brizzlin when I need her feedback about how the deathmatch meta? Yeah, Microsoft owns every RTS these days. StarCraft, Warcraft, Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, Star Trek Armada. Do they own Rise of Nations? I think they had been involved in that remaster, or at least Skybox Labs was back in the day, when it was released on Steam. They must somehow own the rights to the engine for Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. I guess they don't own Stormgate. There we go, a non-Microsoft RTS. I haven't really heard much about Stormgate. I don't think it really took off all that much. They own Minecraft. That's not a RTS though. They own New Vegas, Courier 6. They own New Vegas now. They own Doom. They own everything. Where are the anti-monopoly laws we need? What are these failures in our regulatory systems? We'll lose a few galleys here. Imperial Age and medium warships and ballistics for Vinch, and he has avoided needing to do any of the upgrades on the water throughout the Castle Age. Clinker construction. What is a clinker, and why is it? Is it an object that is being constructed, or is it a construction technique? Some crossbows on the middle island. I worry they're stranded, surrounded by war galleys, though. They might be effective against hulks, but certainly not against war galleys. This clinker construction, whatever it is, makes the ships faster. It is the old dry dock effect moved over to this. So 1.57 speed, and ships are ridiculously fast now. Look at them go. I don't know if this is a good thing to be this fast. It kind of scares me how fast they are. Need to see some Berber ships with this tech. And the crossbows are trapped here. Does that affect trade cogs? Are Berber trade cogs even speedier now? It's a type of construction overlapping boards, the construction technique. Does Stormgate still exist? I think it does. All the crossbows go down. I tried playing Stormgate with Lidicor a bit when it was in its early alpha or beta stages, one of the pre-release stages, but I could never really get into it. I'd never played StarCraft, and without a StarCraft background, it didn't really strike my fancy. And there's clinker construction for Hera, but he's down by 1k score. Vinch with a castle in the middle, has all the water control, and now with chemistry can start to add Spanish cannon galleons to complement his galleons. We're going to have heavy warships, and by the looks of it, fires for Hera, and yep, there's the cannon galleon. That could lead maybe to Carrack's for Vinch. You're calling a 3-1 Vinch upset. Is it really an upset, though? Vinch's elo is higher. This is a 3k player versus a 2k7 player. Fire loops around, and the dock will be attacked here. Saying that Vinch is noob bashing? In an A-tier tournament, maybe. Elo solves all problems. Let's see if his arrow firing dock without garrison. That is the Malay if they research harbors. Docks are upgraded to harbors. I don't know how that works with the fishing ship garrison, but Hera has not researched it here. And here Hera trying to go for fire ship. But Vinch can retreat simply to the safety of the castle and use the castle to take out the fires as he adds in Carrack's. And not needing to do a separate upgrade for Carrack means that the fire upgrade does nothing. That's another thing. At least in the previous patch, Galleon and Fast Fire and Heavy Demo all were separate upgrades still. So it was more of an investment to make a transition. Now transitions are basically free. Maybe you need to think about blacksmith upgrades for the attack on the Carracks, but I think that's a small province in the makeup of the attack that they deal to fires. And you can very easily go for all 3 ship lines without needing to make an investment into swapping. Yeah, it is indeed Malay with harbor docks. I haven't seen that researched as the castle goes down, but I haven't seen that researched since the tournament has been happening. Maybe it has been used and I've just missed it. Look at the speed of these things. What is that, 2.0 speed for the fast fires? I'm scared thinking the Berber ones will even be faster, but Vinch winning that game 2-1. And something went wrong for Hera in that feudal age to castle age transition, where it felt like he had the early forward dock and tower on the wood line, but wasn't able to take advantage of it. Maybe too many fish versus fighting. But Vinch was able to stay 1 dock for a long time and hold off Hera's 2 dock production, and despite the tower, still managed to click up faster. And Hera did a good job of defending against the conquistadors with the archers, but by virtue of going for that archer transition, felt like he lost momentum on the water and also lost the uptiming, even with the Malay. 94 to 53 KD in favor of Vinch. Better eco for him. Better uptiming. Better uptimings than the Malay. And look at that uptiming difference to feudal. Without all that many fish on the map, Hera didn't take too big of an advantage from that early water as well. We saw him needing to send fishing ships forward right away, too. Now we just need admin to convert this set to a best of 3. Well, Hera's in trouble. Hera's definitely in trouble against the 3k Vinchester, who has been grinding recently. 2-1 Vinch. To be fair for Hera, he does have both of his home maps now, but he'll need to win them. That's a loss for the Malay, and a win for the Spanish, the very last picked Spanish. And the remaining civs will be Italians, Portuguese, and Malians for Hera, Dravidians, Bengalis, and Georgians for Vinch. Cannon Galleon projectile moves at Mach 5. For the Spanish. For other civs, no, but for Spanish, yes. And I have finished my coffee. And between the sets, I will make myself another coffee. I'm gonna rinse my cup out real quick. As we're loading into Northern Isles. Hello, Kai World. Welcome to the early stream today. What do I think of AOC balance versus the previous balance? Do I think the fire and demo raft change was a good change? I think it's less fun to play water. As we'll now have northern crossings. Vinch will be the yellow Bengalis, Hera will be the red Italians, and both players will start with a transport ship. So, YouTube chat asks, what do I think of AOC balance versus the previous balance? Where AOC had galleys in the feudal age, transport ships in the feudal age, then fire ships and demo ships in the castle age without needing an upgrade for them. And honestly, I think that the AOC balance was a bit more fun for water maps, because galley micro is a lot of fun. I was talking about that in the previous game, how swapping out demos for hulks, I think makes the variety of micro you see on water less than you had in the past, because hulks and fires both are melee ships that you send to fight in melee mode, and you're now missing the demos where you try to get hits with demos or try to dodge and run away from demos. In AOC, you had galleys, and galleys... Oh, as we have a lame from Hera picking up a cow. Were a lot of fun to play with. I think Hera has a video on his YouTube channel where he says War Galley is the worst upgrade in AoE 2. You go from this fast and nimble ship to this slow and clunky big War Galley. And that was always the part of water you didn't look forward to, upgrading to War Galley. And the other thing is, you had options for FCs into fire ships directly without needing the upgrade. Yeah, you couldn't amass them in feudal, but on maps such as Islands, you could back dock and go fire, or on Nomad, you could dock and go fire ships and destroy fish easily when you got up to the castle age. And in some circumstances, it provided a different variety of gameplay than you had from fire galleys and demos. The Dark Age transport ship also drastically changed team islands in team games. Because instead of an aggressive grush map, your galley rush, where everyone would be making galleys, you now had landings, which on one hand does give a lot of different variety for that map, but on the other hand, removes the water map nature of it to turn it into a landing map. So in some ways, water maps were turned to be less focused on water. And we also saw the rise of the hybrid map, where Cross or Kawasan with small ponds are perhaps the prototypical examples. If you look through the map collection that came with the Conquerors, there weren't any maps like that. Hybrid maps were coastal or continental. Maybe Mediterranean if you went land on the outside. As Hera's struggling to push in, this is A-tier tournament Hera struggling to push in that Ibex, looking like doubt. But all those Fire Galley small pond maps were not played, and really, I know that Cross existed on Voobly, but really we saw the rise of those maps after the Fire Galley change. So Hera pushing the Ibex. That's another. I know the DE changed that subtly the deer and Ibex pushing mechanics. Oh my gosh, I think they might have made them actually harder to push. I don't know for sure, but what is this? Is Doubt playing for Hera here? What is going on? He can't figure out how to push that thing. There we go. Now he's got it around the house. They feel more awkward around forests, and you can't push them away from forests like you used to be able to. That's something I'll need to investigate. I can do some AOC versus DE deer comparisons and show where they are harder or easier to push. That might be a nice quick video to get back into the video editing phase. Have you ever seen a tournament game on Ghost Lake? Yes. Yes, I have. Ghost Lake was one of those maps that was a lot more popular back in AOC than it is these days. Now we have more maps. But Ghost Lake was popular for Maya, Britons, and Huns. I remember seeing lots of plumed archers and siege rams on Ghost Lake. It was a wall-up FC map, a Drush FC, back in the days when we drushed before FCs, instead of Phosphoro-styled naked FCs. Nilly is controlling the Ibex. Is that how pathing works these days? Does Nilly manually control everything? Maybe for tournament games, at least. Was Ghost Lake in a Red Bull? Not that I recall. Maybe it was. I don't recall all the Red Bulls. Honestly, since Red Bull is Empire Wars, I really don't pay much attention to it. I'll cast it in January during the ladder qualifier because it'll be something to cast. But I would much rather the tournament be Nineville start rather than Empire Wars. You're confusing Frigid Lake in ranked with Ghost Lake. Yeah, Frigid Lake, that was a Red Bull map. Transport ship with the scout for Hera on the island. Market blacksmith on the way for Hera.
Hey. Hi.
Hey. Adesh.
Castle Age on the way. Hera will look to get on his transport ship. Vinch will try to block that as well as he can. Can't quite stop it, though. Oh, the scout pops out and gets a hit. He's going to pop out and go back in. That is silly. Hulk comes over. Hera up to the Castle Age. So Hera FC on this map with some back docks. What I mentioned before, back dock FC, and looks like both players went for the same thing. A back dock FC can sometimes be countered by an aggressive landing, but no one going for that here. Vinch does have to be careful that his gold is forward. Has another gold far to the side, but behind a wood line. they still working on that? Well, the pathfinding patch has been released. I imagine they're still working on it. The patch I'd really like to see is an overhaul of the matchmaking system. If you look on the AoE2 Reddit, the team game matchmaking system is a disaster. They had done some changes to the queuing system, and I think it affected all of the games, as I vaguely remember seeing some AoE4 posts about changing the queuing timings there. But I haven't looked into that too closely. What are the benefit packages like? You will probably get much better benefits from the Canadian player. I would put more faith into their economy. Add you at Reddit. Yeah, so medium warships, iron casting on the way for Hera. So I have iron casting bow saw, town watch, and medium warships on the way for Vinch. Everyone clicking all the buttons. Vinch 9 fishing ships, Hera 10. Vinch a few more vills. Those Bengali villagers now paying off. 4 extra vills for him thanks to the 2 he got for age. And fishing ships in the dock. Around the back, Hera has his hulks. His now war hulks against Vinch's normal hulks. Vinch will run past the dock. The hulks should be the ship most threatened by the docks because of their low pierce armor. War Hulk now for Vinch. Hera's still getting a surround on him. Res collected similar, and remember Hera's ships heal over time. And he doesn't care about that fishing ship fire. Monk comes over. Monks should be important in converting hulks with their low range, but speedy enough that they can run away. Need to punish Alt F4. Well, honestly, I think that the Alt F4 punishments were a mistake. I think that was a mistake. I think they really need to focus on getting a matchmaking system where people can pick the maps they want to play and not be forced into game modes they don't want to play. It was much easier to find the games you wanted to play on Voobly with a smaller player base. And I think the idea that you need to be forced to play settings you don't want to play for queue timings is silly. Ranked lobbies. I think the matchmaking system needs to have some type of persistence to the lobby that gets created. And the lobbies in matchmaking should be integrated, where you have one system where the matchmaking helps you to find lobbies, but is not necessarily a separate thing. Where right now, if you want to play Black Forest, there shouldn't be 2 separate systems of some people using, or 3 separate systems actually, of some people using quick play, some people using the ranked queue, or 4 systems of then some people using the lobby, and then some people using the Rage Forest Discord. You can still go to Game Ranger and play Black Forest, but I had to make a 3v3 version of Rage Forest because they were having problems filling their lobbies. And there are no shortage of people who want to play Black Forest. It shouldn't be that difficult. Where to find the middle ground? Right here. There are a few bears on us. You gotta be careful. Kappa. So it feels like Hera has the numbers advantage on the Warhulks. Oh, a demo! That was useless. And fishing ships, the great thing for Vinch is even though he's quote-unquote losing water, as it feels, he's managed to move the ships and keep them safe. So a bit of a lag pause. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Hera, 3 for Vinch. And as we go to the late game, what do we like more, Italians versus Bengalis? Italians, of course, will have the cheaper Imperial Age. If they want to do a landing, they'll have the Condottieri. Their docking university techs are cheaper, and they also have good gunpowder. Looking at the dock, they miss heavy demo, but have everything else, so a great dock with everything being cheap. Heavy demo will not be a loss here. Bengalis will miss the incendiaries for the exploding fire ships. Does that matter? I don't have a good feel for how much that matters. But they miss heavy demo. Again, no one cares. And oh yeah, the Elo's here now. How did Vinch go from 3005 to 3007? I don't know. I don't know how that's picked up and displayed. It's also hard to see on the yellow. But yes, it is their I'm going to say their current 1v1 Elo. Hera dropped from his heights of above 3k. The BF matchmaking is outrageous. And Hera taking a much better fight. Vinch will have to run away. And Hulk versus Hulk. I think it is fairly easy to run away and you don't get punished for running like you would be War Galley versus War Galley, where one player has to run and the other player has ballistics. Vinch is OP. Vinch has been grinding recently. Vinch has been grinding. Vinch also played a ranked match while playing here. You think that's impossible? Hey, as we know, Beery might have had 2 accounts, but he never played at the same time. Never at the same time. It's trying to redock the front. Warhulks for Hera preventing that. Some more Hulks sailing around the side. Except for the one time right after he got called out for it. Except for then. Castle going forward for Vinch. Which unique unit is cooler, the Ratha or the Genoese crossbow? Genoese crossbowmen do counter Rathas. I've seen this matchup on Nomad a few times, where on Nomad I think the Italians have a great advantage. And if Vinch isn't able to use the extra Vils to get a bigger eco lead, and here he's down by 10 Vils, 9 of which are fishing ships, then maybe advantage Italians, but the uptiming, Imp first for Vinch. And he is going a War Galley. Will be around a 45-second advantage for him. Why is nobody taking the middle island yet? Because you would need to invest into transport ships, and if you've seen how long it takes players to grab the 7 relics on Nagome from all those Stronghold Frenzy maps, same thing. It is clunky to get to the middle island, and at the moment there is enough gold and stone at the home islands that players don't get much benefit from heading there. Oh yeah, do Bengali docks have knocked over fruits? I don't see any. Maybe you can pick up on something I'm missing. Over there, no, those are fine. Yeah, no knocked over fruits on those docks. This basket is empty. Maybe it was knocked over into the water. But yeah, clear knocked over fruit basket for the Mediterranean architecture docks for the Italians. Castle going up. Hulks with only 1 range provide no cover of territory along the coastline. They can maybe prevent docking, but that's it. They're not going to hit Vils on lumber camps. Your theory does not hold water. Well, these baskets don't hold apples. And there we go. Finally, someone transporting to the middle. But it's as Imp comes in, and Hera will construct a castle. Vinch pushing on the outside, heavy warships, and a bracer on the way for him. Ballistics just now on the way for Hera. Vinch will need ballistics. Oh, we're gonna have Gabby versus Tato in King of the Desert. I'll try to cast that, depending on when it's scheduled. Do all garrison ships? Nope, only fishing ships. Garrisoned war galleys don't actually add arrows to the dock, weirdly enough. See how Vinch wins this right now. It is feeling good for Hera. He has the middle control. He has more docks. He's getting all the technologies. Ballistics just now coming in for Vinch. And in terms of ships, no Karoks for Vinch, 26 for Hera. And otherwise, the galley numbers are the same. And oh gosh, it is hard to tell these ships apart. Yeah, these ones are, as Donut described them, chubbed. But the galleons and the sails of these ships are so close together, it's hard to tell them apart. Cannon galleons turning docks into bombard docks? That would be sick. Okay, landing in the middle, but the castle shooting the vills, and Vinch says, nope, not here. Maybe he could do his own castle over here, but that would be maybe stopped by the Hulks. I don't see an avenue for Vinch to pull off a landing either. Doing elite cannon galleon, but Hera can probably win this game simply by holding the water. Eventually pushing. What are these Hulks doing? What is this? What are these graphics? When is that? I don't know. I haven't seen it scheduled yet. I just saw the brackets were released on Mem's Twitter earlier today. Vinch being surrounded by Hera as now he moves in with the Karoks. The very speedy Karoks. 1.76 speed. And even though the galleys are supposed to counter them, the melee ship will close the distance very easily. Blast Furnace on the way for their upgrades. Both civs do have all the melee upgrades. And Vinch has been cleaned. Vinch has been cleaned off the water. He has a couple of elite cannon galleons in the dock. Unfortunately not changing them to bombard docks. But Treb's in the middle for Hera. If he can protect them, he can take out that castle from the middle. He can take out maybe both castles from the middle. Italians won't get siege engineers, but there is shipwright for Hera. With shipwright, he shouldn't have any problems. And there's a GG. Hera ties it up 2-2. And makes game 3 very interesting on Water Nomad. 92-69. Nice, but not enough for Vinch. Eco's pretty similar throughout there. But the timing and the army numbers really are what mattered for Hera, looking at that game. Consistently higher in military, and Vinch never was able to take a good fight. Eco was pretty similar, up timings were similar, but the numbers snowballed. And look at this, 2-2. Water maps, that is a win for Hera on Northern Isles, and Water Nomad, the final remaining map. As Italians over Bengalis. And I have to think Dravidians are the better civ. It'll be either Portuguese or Malians against Dravidians. I don't think we're going to see Jordans here. Is there a loser bracket? Nope. Single elimination. Whoever loses is out. And water Nomad. Hera red, Vinch yellow once more. So Malians for Hera, not going Portuguese, going Malians. Malians with their wood discount have a great start on Nomad maps. Dock 2 houses in TC for Hera right away. Start with 7 villas and 6 fishing ships. For Vinch as the Dravidians, look at that TC on wood on gold. And we'll have the wood savings in not needing as many houses because the dock gives you 5 population space. Personally, I think I'd prefer Dravidians here. And on this map, galleys should be the dominant ship type. Maybe there's room to open with hulks, but you will eventually need to swap to galleys. Hera, this is awkward. I don't know with this water here and the beach here if he can actually make a mining camp on his gold. And if he can't, his gold access actually is awful. I don't think he can do a mining camp there. That gold is cut off. This gold, he could wall to the TC and take this somewhat safely. But again, it's awkward by the water. This is the easiest gold he can take. Or this one, but still far from the TC. Vinch's map, his TC location is much nicer. So better starting TC, better Civ potentially? I think, for Vinch, I'd much rather play Dravidians here. If this goes late, Malians, like Persians, will not have Bracer. They're not going to have Bracer, and they're not going to have Blast Furnace. Dravidians do have both of those techs. So 2 of the lines, they don't have Galleons, they don't have Bracer. War Galleys will be useless for them. They don't have Incendiaries or Fire Siphons, so their fire ships, yeah, they have fast fires, but not that good. Their Carracks will miss the final melee bonus. They don't have Shipwright. Malians are awful late game on water. No Elite Cannon Galleon. They do have heavy demo, but that's not all that useful these days. The Dravidians, meanwhile, they have literally everything in the dock. If it goes late, Vinch will have a much better tech tree for this map, without a doubt. So like we saw in that Persians-Burgundians matchup on Aqua Arena earlier, where Vinch was extremely aggressive with the Persians early on, Hera will have to replicate that with the Malians. And up at just about the same exact time, maybe 1 second or so difference between the players. Not much idle TC time. Vinch can start mining gold. Question then is how quickly do they get docks added in? 2 docks and a 3rd on the way for Vinch. And do they open hulks or galleys? I'd imagine it's 3 docks for both of them, but only 1 for Hera so far. He's moving to gold and awkwardly getting a mining camp on it. That's going to be slightly inefficient, and that adds up over time. Malians do have a nice gold bonus. They mine more gold. They drop off 10% more gold. So each of those vills, they'll collect 10 gold, and then when they drop it off at the mining camp, they'll gain 11. So a bit more efficient. How strong are Malian TCs on the map? Probably completely useless because you need to go to the castle age, build a castle, and then spend 300 wood, 200 food researching Tigui. Being cheaper and costing less wood is nice, but in terms of the unique tech, not really that useful. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday on Thanksgiving. Don't know if I'll cover the semifinals tomorrow, but I hope to cover the finals on Sunday. Still have some Thanksgiving stuff to do over the weekend. There's double bit axe for both players. What can you build here? Pretty much everywhere. The docks have to be adjacent to beach terrain. And if you have little patches of water, you cannot build on top of them. But you can place docks on top of them as long as the dock still is adjacent to the beach and not overlapping a fish. Hello, Red Cliffy. Nice flowers. Bloom on the way now for Hera. Preemptive tower from Vinch. He's taken no risks on that lumber camp. And he is playing very defensively with his galleys. I think Vinch realizes how good of a civ matchup he has in the late game. And galleys for Hera. So galleys from both. Just finished the Malians campaign. I think I have some really old YouTube videos where I played the Malians campaign. And I got into a 2-hour slog against the infinite unit spam AI. There was that achievement for making 100 plus Kabeto warriors in that scenario where on HD it was bugs and you had infinite Kabetos. And I deleted my entire economy. And that was a mistake because the AI had infinite economy. Okay, picking off some water buffaloes here. They still have food on them. Will go down. Galleys come over. No chance of pacifist revival? There's always a chance of pacifist stuff, I just need time. If we had 10 times the number of subs plus membership plus Patreon plus donation, whatever, and I could afford to hire an editor and a thumbnail person, then maybe I'd have more time. But can't really justify doing that at this point. And I also do like doing all the editing and stuff myself, but I don't know what that workflow would be like either. Isn't not getting fletching a throw from Hera? Oh, he has fletching now. Yeah, you don't want to do a slam fletching move and forget fletching. So not too much eco damage. 1 kill for Vinch. Mostly killed a couple of buffaloes. And now Hera's getting forward. And he has to avoid getting in too deep. As Vinch should have a very nice galley micro. Not going to expect anything being a mistake from him. I'll have to hide his fishing ships in the south. Hera might be able to snipe off 1 or 2 of them. If this fish can hide in the corner, that'd be great. And Hera misses it by a tile. Misses by a tile. And Vinch will still try to head him off. Head him off at the pass. And the buffaloes could even be used to block. Hera's going to lose some ships here. Hera's going to lose some ships. Okay. Things looking better and better for Vinch. Oh, this is beautiful from Vinch. Hera got overly aggressive, found no benefit from doing so. Did not pick off a single fishing ship. 15 to 10 KD in favor of Vinch. He keeps his navy alive. That's now 12 galleys to 8. Hera trying to pump them out. But what can the Malians do now against the Dravidians? I was very surprised not to see the Portuguese. Yeah, I know Malians have a nice start on Nomad maps, But if you don't win from the start, Dravidians should own this matchup. Hera picks off a Vil. I give Hardy instructions and he puts no on the screen. Galleys fighting each other here in the middle. Hera starting to get more numbers now. And now maybe taking a better fight is Hera. Vinchester retreat. Has a couple low HP galleys mixed in there, but he's still picking off some of Hera's ships at the same time. So hard to right-click the proper galleys. Hera has a couple of low HP ones on the front, and Vinch might be able to hit them. That one right at the front he really would like to hit, and there's one mixed in there with low HP. He's going to try to click. There he goes, he gets it. And Vinch on the back foot, but doing a market and maybe falling back because he's thinking of going up. Needs a bit more gold. Selling 200 wood so he can go up. That's always a risk of selling your wood on the water maps, because that affects your production. And Kira Hellfire, hello, 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 welcome. Good old galley versus galley. This was one of my favorite things to play, galley micro and AOC. Do y'all remember the map Rooster? Oh, I played so many Rooster galley wars back in the day. And Castle Age first for Vinch. Hera won't be too far behind. A few seconds. No real difference in the up timings. Malians now will have a power spike with their universities working faster. Can get a quick ballistics, a quick clinker construction? Perhaps. Dravidians, though, will get 200 more wood. So the 200 wood basically pays for your university. That is exactly the cost of your university. And doing another dock or two even on the way up will save wood on houses. Garlic Witch, hello. I think water isn't Hera's best maps. Interesting. Oh, this map here is all about galley micro. And Hera should have good galley micro. Vinch here, some walls, perhaps feeling confident that he can defend with buildings and send his ships forward, where he will try to pick off reinforcements from Hera. And this is a big decision, because if Hera catches him out of position, he could lose the entire navy. And this is a risk. It's a risk when he's going to take a fight, and I think Hera has numbers here. Yes, he does. Vinch a couple of ships forward and out of position. A questionable decision to move forward like that. Perhaps the wood line will let him get back. Hera will chase around the wood line back and forth. And I don't think there is any room for fire ships now. The Vinch up to the Castle Age, Hera up too. Scores briefly swapping back and forth. Hera's eco ever so slightly better. Finding ways to manage those golds, getting to this gold over here. I still would love to see some walls to keep those vills safe, but getting the gold and the medium warships. Vinch will soon be running out of gold by his TC as he does the university. Might need to come over here, in which case the lack of walls in front of the gold might be awkward. Might need to come back here, which should be fairly safe for him still. Could even wall up the rest of the map. But fight in the middle now, and this is a fight that I think Hera wins. Hera's had the ship numbers here, and Vinch is going to fall behind quite a bit if he loses this fight, and he's going to lose it. And there's nowhere for him to run now. There's nowhere for him to run. He's trying to make a swap to fire ships. And they should, quote-unquote, counter galleys. If he's getting clinker construction, then he doesn't actually need to do ballistics if he makes a swap to fires. But fire is also on the way for Hera. which now means you get into rock, paper, scissors a bit. I think war galleys not as dominant against fire ships as galleys are against fire galleys. Are there knocked over fruits? I don't see any knocked over fruits on this dock. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all the fruit baskets seem to be, and plates seem to be standing upright with fruit inside of them. On these docks, we... Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't see anything on that architecture either. Or they have the Indian architecture. Nothing knocked over on docks. Katie's still just slightly favoring Hera, but the eco is really favoring him. Now a couple of fires finding the wall. The war hulks will come over. The short war hulks will fend off the fires. And Hera now taking the map control. Vinch on the back foot. Trying to add a second TC on more gold. And Vinch might need to play eco in the long run. In the long run still, I think Dravidians dominate this. But now Hera doing maybe what he wanted to, getting a bit of map control in the Castle Age. Hera now slightly up in kills, but more worryingly up in war galley numbers. Vinch's production is not there. And Vinch has to idle his eco due to all these ships at the front. And now, how effective are the fires at countering the galleys? I don't think they counter them all that well. Clinker construction on the way for Hera. What does that change the... So 1.43, and what is that ship speed going to increase to? 1.57. Fire is still faster at 1.71. And maybe the fire is paying off for Vinch, forcing Hera back, a few war hulks on the way over. I think Vinch is going to lose this, though. I think Hera wins this again. And he should pull super far ahead in Navy numbers. 8 fires only for Vinch. And how does Vinch defend this now? Especially since Hera has the war hulks to deal with the fires. Indeed, Vinch's eco is looking rough, down by 800 resources. And Hera will get his own second TC. Vinch more Vils, though. If he can keep them safe, maybe he's okay still. He's going to try to sneak some fires over to the side. I don't know what type of fight he's going to hope to take, though. Does not have numbers to engage this. Bosaw on the way for Hera. As the fires do their hoovering. See what they can find. Hera attempting to wall up, but the fires are there. And walling by the dock to keep them out. A combination of all different ship types here. Fire is not able to raid the Vils on the gold. But if the fires could get back there and get Vils, that would be what Vinch wants. Hera is still not able to push into Vinch's base all that well. Vinch getting in on the gold. Yes, there's a tree there, though. This is almost in. So we'll kill a few Vils, and we'll start to pull ahead in villager numbers. It's a low HP Vil, 2 HP left. And Vinch over here at the wood line, that's where he needed to be for a while. Don't think he'll be able to get too many more kills with Hera chasing him, trapping him in the corner. And now the military numbers are super snowbally with Hera taking the lead. Vinch rearranging the eco, doing guard tower now. Yes, he can do heated shot too. Heated shot will be crucial. If he can defend with towers, I think Hera still is on a timer, where Hera needs to do damage to Vinch, and does not want to go late game Malians versus Dravidians. And Vinch, I'm sure he recognizes that, and needs to hold. Make sure he doesn't overchop and allow trees to create gaps where ships can sail through. But a guard tower defense should be able to buy him time. Hulks may be the better raiding unit than Fires. Demos used to be the best raiding unit, but not so much anymore. Bills might need to garrison. Bills might need to garrison. Ooh, that is ugly. Didn't garrison in time. Hera takes a slight Vil lead. Where does Thalassocracy sit? I did see an attempted FC for the Thalassocracy strat that didn't work on Aqua Arena. So I'm guessing still maybe niche uses, but that's it. Eco Vinch down. At least he's not falling too far behind and he's keeping pace in Vil numbers. Heated shot? No heated shot. That, as I said, will be incredibly useful for the towers. Vinch Castle. He's on stone, so he might be going for a castle soon. Has to worry about his gold. Hera pushing in under the tower, under the TC fire. Also, no ballistics on the towers for Vinch. So not as effective as they could be. Hera starting to pull slightly ahead in Vils. Hera getting a third TC added in too. Continuing the pressure. As Vinch was adding towers, Hera was able to add the TC. Yeah, and Thalassocracy also require imp, so you're not going to have a good number of them in the Castle Age. Oh, that is a good question, though. What if Vinch is able to do Thalassocracy and imp? I don't think he's anywhere near imp, though. Only 10 on food. Imp feels like a dream. More towers. Vinch trying to get as much map control as he can with towers. If he hyper-focuses imp, I don't think he has the numbers for Thalassocracy. Why farm and no fish traps? He doesn't have fishing ships. He has one fishing ship. Why for Malians? Same thing, only 5 fishing ships. You need farms to keep your Vils working. You're gonna have, no matter what, more Vils than fishing ships. And if you don't start adding in farmers, you're not gonna have the food income you need to produce more Vils. It's weird, but fish traps are, oddly enough, hard to add in. We do have one fish trap here for Vinch. But since your docks are constantly producing warships, fish traps block the pathing, and you also don't have that many fishing ships. It's not like a Black Forest pond, where all of your docks focus only on fishing ship production, and that's where you're spending your eco. Your eco and your dock time is spent on war galleys, so you don't have the time to add in a fishing eco. Microing your fishing ships also takes a lot more attention than it does microing farms. And rawr, Baron! Hello, Baron. Hope you're having a lovely Thanksgiving Black Friday.
Seri.
Thanks for stopping by the chat and saying hi. We're saying rawr. Yeah, as Fappy says in the chat, your docks are going for military production. And here is Imperial Age and careening for Pierce Armor. The question is, what does Hera actually get from Imperial Age? Heavy warships. I will give him Carrack and Fast Fire, but he only has War Galley, so he's not going to get Galleon. He's not going to get Bracer. Flaming Camels don't one-shot Vils. Don't know whether or not that's for the best. Or Castle from Hera. He has a huge Vil lead, 3k more resources, and Vinch has to hope that with the tiny sliver of map control he has, Dravidians will be enough in the long run. And Dwayne1066, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much. The sub alert is totally not visible on the water, but thank you. And it's... For the most part, no. But maybe the equation is a bit different now that demos are not as good. I think that demos were always the hard counter to land units. And that there were situations where in the absence of demos, land units could do fine against ships on Water Nomad, but demos massacred land units. Are Gebettos good versus ships? Probably not. But I'm willing to be proven wrong about that. They won't have anywhere near the HP or movement speed of ships. There's Hera up to inches up himself. He's doing careening. Can he hold? Can he hold? Pump out the war galleys. Farimba Camels good versus ships? I would think not. Gebettos have a lot of damage, so they can destroy ships fairly well. But with their short range, I would worry they can't get into the right position, especially with how fast the ships are. Gebettos by themselves, when you upgrade everything, have 1.38 speed, if I recall correctly, including Squires, which is completely and utterly dwarfed by the 1.57 of the War Galley. Heated Shot and Imp. And Vinch holding. Is there a world where Vinch holds, does Galleon and Bracer and Chemistry, and then can push? We have heavy warships, Carvel Hull, and it's going to have to be Fast Fire for Hera. Fast Fire, he does have careening and dry dock for the armors. $33 war galleys for Vinch. Heated Shot still is very nice for the towers. Vinch needs to make sure he garrisons the Vils. Yeah, Heated Shot towers will wreck these ships. Vinch repairing. Heavy warships Bracer. Can't quite afford Chemistry. Maybe needs to sell some food. I always forget this. Does conscription affect the docks? The worst upgrade designed ever, and you never know what you get from it. Yeah, the tooltip always mentions all 3 ships, even though you don't get all 3. And Galleon on the way for Vinch. Chemistry almost in. Hera trying to do some CBA micro on the war galleys. But now, how do Malians fight Dravidians here? Hera going for the forward castle, trying to take all the map control he can. Vinch at least has a back gold. Vinch will need somehow to get cannon galleons to take out the castles. But now Galleon is in. Is that enough fast fires for Hera to fight the galleons? He has to go fast fire here. It's his only option. But can he fight this? Vinch with Chemistry on the way. Chemistry will make his ships much better against the fires. The castle goes down. The cannon galleons for Hera pushing. Vinch still needs to find time to hold, but he's getting pushed with a castle on the other side of the map. Hera coming forward to mine the gold. Hera has all of the map control. Vinch falling back to the guard towers. Can he do keep? He could do keep. Ville's auto-tasking themselves through gold mine, which is not where Vinch wanted them to go. But at the same time, he still has Galleon. That's a lot of fast fires. They're supposed to counter Galleons. Can they do it even under garrisoned guard towers? Some fire ships here, fast fires from Vinch. Oh yeah, he can just add them in from heavy warships. He doesn't need to think about other techs. Yeah, not needing to transition between techs is awkward. Hera's pushing. Hera is pushing. He's gonna treb down the TC. Vinch desperately trying to get the Galleon numbers up, but he can't get there. He can't get there. Hera's pushing. He's got 25 fast fires and more on the way. Pure fast fire from Hera. And if were Hulks to come out, there still is a good number of war galleys for Hera. And he just might have enough to do this. He's pushing in. He has several cannon galleons, 3 of them. Does keep give range? I don't think so. And Vinch will call the GG. Hera manages to hold on. Feels like that game came down to that late feudal to castle age transition, where same thing, Hera consistently more ships than Vinch. Late feudal, more ships into castle age. Vinch not having the same eco setup. Let's look at resources collected. Hera slightly ahead the entire time, kept that as a slight army advantage, and eventually that snowballed into a big military advantage that Vinch never could push, and Vinch never had enough time to do all of the imp techs where he would have been able to match the navy. Hera pushed in. And yeah, Vinch, after that initial cleanup, I thought he had it, but just not enough, and Hera hangs on to advance to the semifinals. He will win 3-2 over Vinch, taking a win on Water Nomad. Thank you also picked point 1 for the follow earlier. And that was Malians over Dravidians. Ooh. Good game there. Good job from Hera to hold on. Do Dravidians get shipwrecked? Yes. Whew. Alright. So we're going to have another set coming up soon. It's going to be Liereyy versus Sebastian. Let me update everything on my scoreboard. I don't think we have the drafts just yet. So let me update this. And then remember, we will have Stronghold Frenzy afterwards. So stay tuned. I'm going to get a couple of ads out of the way on Twitch. Apologies for the ads. And yes, indeed, Barilo, I'm going to go make myself another coffee. So I'll be right back. Thank you all for watching on Twitch and especially on YouTube. Everyone here, thank you very much. And I'll be back in a couple minutes for the next set. I'll be back with coffee. Okay, they have launched the game. We'll have a 2-minute spec delay. I'm just finishing my coffee. Or getting it ready. Alright, I'll still need a minute, but how are the colors blue versus green? Also, my furnace needs to turn off so the static on the mic goes away. I think blue versus green is hopefully okay. Alright, there's the furnace turning off. I'll cast a couple minutes, so I'll go get my coffee. So we'll have Sebastian as the blue Koreans to the north, Liereyy as the green Portuguese to the south. The map will be migration. Liereyy might change his color every game, so keep an eye out for that. We'll have to try to do something that's consistent or at least recognizable against the blue. And, well, what are we gonna have here? Koreans, really cheap ships, and great towers for the late game. Not the best monks, and migration sometimes is Arena of the Sea, where the Portuguese cheaper monks and decent monk tech tree could help them pick up relics. Also the better stable for the Portuguese if they go scouts into Lake Cav. Missed game 5, Hera won. It was a really close set. But Hera did come out on top. Hera's gonna have to maybe revisit his Aqua Arena strategies, as that Persian's push from Vinch did very well. Also, the double deer push from Liereyy. Look at him go. Look at that efficiency. Only take one deer at a time. And only 4 vills on the deer is the Portuguese. Interesting, interesting. Usually I go 5 vills on the deer to keep the TC running, but if you can do it with 4, that's even better, as you can get the dock up earlier. The earlier you get the dock, the earlier you get the fishing ships, and by having fewer vills on the deer under the TC, you get more vills on the lumber camp. And we'll have to pay attention to the force drops and see if he ever has a tiny bit of idle TC time. There he goes, 3 seconds of idle TC time. And that's what I was fearing from having only 4 on the deer. And we'll see if he can rectify the idle time situation. 6 seconds of idle time. Is that worth it for getting the dock up ever so slightly faster? Maybe it is. I still think 5 on deer is the smoother way to play this. We'll see. It looks like that might have even been 6 on deer from Sebastian. And both players getting their fishing ships out. And Liereyy actually will be behind in fishing ship. So this build, I think, may have backfired a bit from Liereyy so far in terms of getting the first fish out. We are back indeed, Mr. Blazeit. Back indeed. Tell a friend. Fishing ships here for Sebastian. And it will be a bit of a fish boom. So for migration, now we're looking, will this be a fast castle build or will it be a fast feudal build? And with double lumber camps from both this early on, feels like it's going to be a fast castle. Lots of villas on wood, they keep adding in more fishing ships and more houses. So fast castle from both of them by the looks of it. And we'll probably see a second dock for more fish from both players. It's 2 in the morning. That's a great time. Another hour and it'll be time for your 3 a.m. Krabby Patty. And here is that second dock for Liereyy. Second dock going up just now for Sebastian. Liereyy behind by a fishing ship. No Dark Age bonus for the Koreans other than more line of sight on the vills, which maybe that helps slightly in finding your sheep early on, but shouldn't really matter too much on migration, not too much to scout. Should I? Ooh. I wonder if this is based on one of my versions of migration. I feel like the wood line should be slightly farther from the coast. On this map, I imagine you go galleys. Maybe there's room to go hulks. They're speedier, so you can sail them around the island and harass earlier. Another option would have been a Dark Age transport ship with a fast feudal to do forward docks. But considering you can go hulks against the fires now, I guess that would have to be forward dock hulks. But maybe not as much advantage as you would have had in the past because the fishing ships can garrison. And you're not going to be killing them. All in all, I'm not really a fan of the fishing ship garrisoning mechanic. So third dock from Sebastian, he's gonna fish boom. Third dock from Liereyy. Now that I've casted this for a bit, let me go get my coffee. I'll be back in a second. Here, you can zoom out. Watch Louie's fish as I grab my coffee. Alright, coffee obtained. So it'll be hulks, actually. Liereyy not going for galleys, going for hulks. And where's he transporting? Well, he's not going to go for a sneak transport, is he? Is he? Some fishing ships and hulks out there could find it. He's doing forging. Oh my gosh, okay. He's just gonna go to the edge. Maybe gonna do a dock out here for more fish. I got excited for a moment. I was like, there's no way he actually pulls that off. The fishing ships would see him. That's Castle Age for Sebastian. And he'll be up slightly faster, but Liereyy will be the first one to the middle. Could be possible to ignore the middle and simply go water here, with all the fishing ships they have. Bit of a skirmish on the side. And we'll get in under the dock. But not pushing too much. This is the War Hulks now. It's War Hulk. And I guess the meta on migration might be to go for War Hulk because they're so much faster than galleys. If you get caught out of position, War Hulks will run you down. So the speed of the ship seems to determine the ship type that you make here more so than the counter system. Would Caravel be better than Warship for this matchup? For pre-turtle ship fight? Probably not. I don't know how Caravels do versus Hulks. Probably okay, but I think the speed is what matters here with how far apart the players are. The speed being what matters. And if Caravels come out, then fire ships come out, and fire ships wreck Caravels. Oh, well, here we are. And you can see the speed difference, 1.43 to 1.50, and it's going to be hard for the Caravel to engage in the fight. Clinker construction, though, how does that affect the Caravels at all? Okay, 1.57 compared to 1.65 now. Those things are speedy. These things, oh, these have, both players have it now. Prioritizing that instead of ballistics when you're not going for a galley line. That's another thing. Caravels will need ballistics and they'll need bodkin. So they need a different upgrade path than the Hulks do. So it's hard to add both in right at the start, I think. I think more Caravels will be needed for this fight. There's 4 of them. I think they are a nice addition. But opening War Hulk and eventually being more defensive. Oh, look at how quickly that went down. If they close the distance, the Caravels will probably be wrecked. And I think that's a clear if. More a when than an if for how speedy they are. As long as if that meat shield in front of them ever goes down. Here's careening. Don't think we can take the dock, right? And Sebastian getting a good villager advantage. Not going to the middle, though. Still keeping his fishing ships alive. Lierey's lost some of his. This is a big navy of Hulks. Look at this armada. Are the Caravels even effective here? The Hulks are pretty bunched up. Doesn't feel like the Caravels are all that effective. And the Hulk numbers, the pure numbers from Sebastian carrying the fight. They were so speedy. My gosh, the unique ship should be winning this. Maybe now it is? Now the numbers have dwindled a bit. Now the Caravels, only 5 of them, still not enough. There's a favorite here, I would guess Liereyy. The stock looks like it'll go down. There's Lierey's forward dock, but Liereyy all the control in the middle, starting to pick up relics. We'll have one and another monk on the way, cheap Portuguese monks grabbing a second relic, and that scout will have to find the final one if it scouts there. Might just be auto-scouting now. So far, 34 to 28 KD on the water, Sebastian taking a nice advantage in score lead. Also, 1,000 more resources collected, staying on 1 TC, and he looks like he's getting close to a 1 TC imp. Pay attention to the overall Hulk HP. Some of them are injured, but if they're injured, then they can still attack. Give boots with an iron tip to the sailors. Is that how dry dock and careening with an icon of boots standing on the deck provides more armor? Are the people on the deck there to tank an arrow for the ship? Way behind. Yeah, you gotta watch out for Twitch now. It's catching up to YouTube in the you can rewind feature. Only for subs, I think, still. I forget. I don't know if they're gonna keep it there for a while or roll it out for everyone quickly, but last I checked it was subs only for rewinding on Twitch. You can rewind on YouTube all you want though. Okay, so here we have more Hulks jumping the Caravels. Remember when they were Caravels? Oh gosh, they melted. They melted. Live on YouTube? Yes. Yes, I am. Hello, Nasuno. A couple of low HP Vills. They're trying to stay garrisoned in the tower. Using the tower to try to deny the TC. Imp will be on the way, though. Vills go down attacking the tower. And if that tower garrisons, the monks die. Or the Mangonel dies. Some combination thereof. And the tower cannot hit that Vil. The TC will be safe. And the TC can take out a tower, but you do need a few Vils garrisoned for that to happen. And the tower, as Sebastian is the Koreans, will for free become a keep once he's up. And around the side, it looks like the War Hulks for Sebastian will continue doing the job. And that'll be a castle for Sebastian. Castle on the mainland. Mangonel and Ram coming forward. Ram wants to ram the monastery. The Vil goes for conversions on the Vil, or the monk goes for conversions on the Vils, but gets shot down by the castle. And heavy warships for Sebastian. As Sebastian is imp. Liereyy with a score lead somehow. But that castle will be popping out Treb soon. And Liereyy in the middle could be pushed off as he will have to try to move to the side and boom. Navy from Liereyy, where's it going? It's gonna be facing Carracks now. The Carracks themselves, are they speedier? They are speedier, 1.76. Can maybe chase down the fleeing holes. Look at how fast they are. This doesn't feel like large ships. This feels like speedy ones. It feels like they're playing on fast speed here. There's Imp for Liereyy. Ooh, Vil fights a monk. He just kills the monk. Oh, poor monk. Feels like no matter where Liereyy goes, he keeps running into more Carracks. And the War Hulks will go down. Liereyy keeps trying to retreat, but more Carracks on the other side. And really nice score lead for Sebastian, as he's chubbing the middle. Next step is to go for the monastery, get more TCs up of his own. Has a guard tower there. Oh, that green guard tower is scary. 4 relics for Liereyy, and he could pick up a 5th. That should be in his line of sight if he ever wants it. Yep. And block printing, he's gonna go monks. Is it best of 5? Yes, best of 5. I guess capture age makes it hard to see, but there are 5 dots up there for a best of 5. Sebastian cleaning the moat in front of Lierey's island. And the ship will go for the dock. More wagons dropped off. What exactly are they throwing? Okay, let me alt tab to the game and I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. Capture age doesn't render the ropes. They're supposed to be boarding ships that have ropes on them. And you can kind of see the ropes. Hard to see behind the house. The game paused message up. But they're throwing ropes to board the house. So you have a tower forward. The graphics in game are nicer. Hey, you guys boards, give me a boarding animation where we can see a rope, please. Okay, he's too much game pause, but playing just capture age things. Capture age is a mess, and it means that the game paused message is up while the game is playing, if you alt tab to the game. And capture age itself does not yet render the ropes in their beta version. And Sebastian transporting. Liereyy has a lot of skirms, and now Sebastian does have to be wary of the fact Liereyy has the best unit in the game, the skirmisher. He's doing chemistry, but Liereyy is getting some bombard cannon out. Nice gold discount for the Portuguese. Here's doing their... I mean, I'm sure that Microsoft is not funding their development studios properly. And TC goes down. Liereyy will replace it with a mill. Tower is encroaching on his land. Heroes with Capture Age Pro Plus, as Vazi would say. Can I get Peltasts Plus on that too? Like, can I apply the Saracen's bonus to more civs? Yeah, fair enough. I guess Imp Skirm would be a better unit. Every civ can get Imp Skirm, as long as you have a Vietnamese ally, other than Turks. Do Turks get it in deathmatch? I think not. Sebastian being forced off the mainland, and well, I thought Sebastian had cleaned this up by taking the early Treb lead on the mainland, but Liereyy moving back to the sides and booming, got himself right back into the game, taking the Vil lead. And as his home island is crumbling to dust, he doesn't have anywhere to flee to. No more docks, no transports. And Sebastian has complete water control, but Lierey's going to have the middle control. And with Skirms can push back the cannon. And now with 1, 2, 3 TCs, we'll have Vils in the middle. Koreans, no siege engineers yet. And the Skirms will pick off the bombard cannon. A few die to the tower, but worth it to get the cannon. And the castle will go down. Or if you die to the castle, not the tower, die to the castle. And Liereyy with 5 relics now. Is Liereyy able to do this? Carracks provide no cover in land, the Galleons will. Vils will run out and fight the Trebs. Does Sebastian have murder holes? He does not, but he could if he wanted to fight, if Liereyy started fighting the towers. And he's still trying to keep his Vils useful on this island. It's only 70 Vils for Sebastian. That's worrying considering how little eco Liereyy has left at home. On the mainland, Sebastian has next to nothing. And Sebastian will call the GG. Wow, felt like he was ahead for a long time, but couldn't transition on the middle as well as the Portuguese could. Those Trebs, cannon, and Skirms. Koreans not getting Skirms out. Why are Skirms so OP? Because the units that counter them would be heavy cav, which are very expensive. So in many situations, you don't have the numbers to fight skirmishers. And Skirms can tank enough castle and tower fire that they can move forward and pick off bombard cannon, like we saw them doing there. They're good against archers, they're good against halbs. They're good against monks. Against bombard cannon, they can dodge and try to pick them off. So lots of good unit compositions for them. They don't cost gold, so they're cheap. So better KD even for Sebastian at the end. We can see the military difference. This is where Sebastian had the water and Liereyy comes back on land. And winning the middle is usually what wins you migration. Supremacy Vils counter them? Don't know about that. Don't know too much about that. 1-0 for Liereyy. And wait a minute. That's the previous map pool. I could have sworn I copied the maps over. Did I not do that? Maybe I put it on the wrong thing. Migration for Liereyy. Bog Islands and Immersion will be the home maps for Sebastian. Aqua Arena and Nomad for Liereyy. And they will go to Bog Islands next. Ah, nice warm coffee. Because of their shields, that's why they're the best. Shields do help, not gonna lie about that. It was blue versus green the last game. What do we think the colors will be this game? And Sebastian staying as the blue, he'll be playing as the Malay to the southwest, and Liereyy changing to the red will be the Armenians to the northeast. Bog Islands, lots of water buffaloes, and 3 easy to lure rhinos right under your TC. And Liereyy will immediately lure one of said rhinos. And that'll be his initial food source, 4 on the rhino. On the other side, same thing, Sebastian luring the rhino right away. And on this map, if you're taking 3 rhinos straight from the beginning of the Dark Age, you are probably looking to click up as soon as you can and go for a very fast feudal. We're pretty far apart, and while there are deep fish, the deep fish are in the middle of the map and far from the coastline, so they are not all that efficient. And there's no beach terrain in the middle, so even if you wanted to transport a villa out here, you couldn't dock. Rhino or elephant is the highest damage. Both of them have the same damage, as do boars, but there are differences in the duration of their attack animation that make elephants and rhinos more deadly. I forget the exact numbers, but because their animation takes less time, they spend more time running to catch up to vills over the same interval compared to boars. So they get their attacks in more frequently. And Sebastian with a scout could find the Vill, no loom. And she'll get the dock up regardless, walling herself in just for safety. And as I'd expect, 5 on food for Liereyy, but 6 on food for Sebastian. So more of a slow dock, but standard on food type of build from him. The rhinos and elephants just have cheat codes. Well, they are more vicious than boars, and they do kill your vills more easily. I wouldn't say they have a cheat code, though. I would say if you practice, you can lure them without issue. Especially on DE, where you only have to shoot them once and you can kill them with the TC. So 3rd rhino there, taken for Sebastian. Liereyy on his 2nd still, might save 3rd. What a time for that lord, just as the other one finishes and gets it in a nice spot where the vills can surround it completely. Still can fit another vill on it, maybe 2. Beautifully lured from Liereyy. That's the type of micro we expect from Liereyy. Diagonal really fast, only on the far diagonal. I miss the days you had to shoot them twice, though. There was more of an art to it, I think. Walls, I've seen a lot of walls used on this map too. Pretty crucial in keeping ships away from your land eco. I've not seen anyone try to fish trap a small pond in the back and fish boom there. If we ever see it, I'm probably going to need to patch it out of the map. Like I had to do for Pacific Islands. So hopefully that doesn't happen. That's 15 seconds of vital time from Liereyy does not feel characteristic of Liereyy. Also, no gold from him, and only one dock. So I wonder what he's going to try to do. 6 fishing ships and a forward vill, maybe going for a forward dock. All up quite a bit on the edge. There's a vill adding to the dock, and some more walls come up for Sebastian. Bill hits the scout. And the galley's coming forward. That scout's gonna keep running around. And fishing lines on the way for Sebastian. He's gonna fish boom. Let's go, fish traps behind the stone walls. Some Malay Armenians, and usually I see this map and it's over really quickly through a galley rush, but this time the stone walls do go up successfully. Vinch was trying to do this in his set, but didn't quite get enough of them up. Now, idle time is measured in game time. I done the pacifist series. I'd like to do more, but I did all of the AOK and AOC campaigns. I'm not as interested in the new campaigns, but there are a couple I've been thinking of. Well, the Hulks are the only new ship, right? There are any other new ones. There are unique ships for different civs, but I think the Hulks are the only new one. Next patch, demos do insane damage to walls. Maybe that makes demos useful. There is the Trebuchet ship from the Three Kingdoms civs. But other than that, that's the only new one, and I guess the Dragon Boat for the Chinese that replaces their fast fires. We did see that in a game or two. That's been there since, what, April? Or at least since the Three Kingdoms, whenever that was. Infinite fish shop. Well, the Malay fish shops are not infinite anymore. They're only super high food, 2,000 plus. Now, let's see what this tower can do once it goes up. As galleys and fires come over to the side, and we'll have Castle Age on the way for Liereyy. And doesn't look like he has a way to break in, but in terms of economy, he is ahead of Sebastian. More res collected. Maybe Sebastian can make up the uptiming as the Malay. Yeah, the Malay fish traps are no longer infinite. And defensive tower from Sebastian, needing to invest into more towers and mine more stone. can't be good for his already lagging eco. What does the tower protect? It protects the walls so that ships can't break through as easily. And then gets on the stone and the gold. Towers don't quite overlap looking at that range indicator. Only fish trap. They're as close to infinite as we're gonna get. And there will be a hole, as these walls never were finished. One more wall, there we go. Dang. And yeah, as the melee, you do get up rather quickly, so Sebastian will be able to just about match the uptiming from Liereyy. And look at all those upgrades. Medium warship, spotkin, bowsaw, compared to just bowsaw. Medium warships too. These ships, can they get repair vills? They can. Sebastian up with a good villager advantage. That's 8 fishing ships he has more. He's really going heavy for the fish traps. If Liereyy ever does break in, this is where the towers are useful. They defend the fish traps. Let Sebastian get another TC up. But Liereyy already has a TC. Chopping real fine, all the map control you could possibly want. Deep fish in the middle of the map. Stable and workshop over to the east. And, I mean, Sebastian, he feels trapped here. But he still has 10 more vills, and I don't know what he's going to be able to do with them. He needs to put all of his efforts soon into escaping the trap. And, well, with Liereyy, what does he do here? Should he add another TC and try to boom more? Sebastian won't be too far from Imp, and that'll be a melee Imp timing that's hard to match even if you were to start now. Alright, I'm going for the walls. All will go down. Well, that's what I'm questioning. What is his transition going to be? I don't think Karambit warriors will work against ships. Right now, his decision simply is to wall and do everything he can to keep this out behind the guard towers. Another tower forward, or defending this castle when the Rams go back. On the other side, just a few galleys spread out to make sure Sebastian doesn't get out on the map. Give some scouting info. I'm really curious what Sebastian can do, if anything, from here. Look at that, 32 to 1 military, but he is up 77 to 62 vills. Rams keep their pressure up, and more walls for Sebastian, as this is a wildly asymmetrical game. No fortified wall for the Malay, so they can't go for the full Ornu gameplay style here. Karambits with imp armor? I don't think so against ships. I think the ships are too speedy and bulky. I think they'd mow down the Karambits, especially if 1 or 2 demos are added. I don't see Sebastian winning this. Looks like a tall task for him right now. Cars are dancing. More galleys are dancing. Now the re-walling vills can't really re-wall with all the war galleys there. Then the Rams push in, go for the towers. Can they push in before the mangonel comes forward? Or the ships could just pick off the mangonel. That's 4 Rams all in one spot. There's a repair vill there. That mangonel could get the huge shot. Gets the repair vill and a ram. All the Rams are going down. That's 1, 2, 3 towers, 3 guard towers for Sebastian. Ballistics on the way. But Imp is on the way for Liereyy. Will Sebastian be far away from that as the Malay? Maybe he can click soon too. And the Malay have to delay. Elevid knows. The Malay have to delay. And, well... my mouse cursor there. There we are. A tower goes down. My mouse cursor is larger for you guys than it is for me, so sometimes I lose track of it myself because it's so small. Where's Bazzi? Bazzi, I need you to build a bigger cursor into Capture Age itself. That would ease my streaming significantly. Imp faster. Oh, of course you're not going to be Imp faster. Look at that. 40 seconds faster to Imp is Sebastian. And the 97 to 62 eco, he is held. 6 to 41 military though. What can Liereyy hope to do against that? Hills go down. Mangonels shooting. Ships have to go for the mangonels. Fire ships hoovering around. Is towers what he should be going for instead of harbors? That's a good question, but I don't know how effective harbors are. Honestly, probably not all that much. If he has the stone to spare, towers are nice. Do they have heated shot? They could have access to heated shot. Here's Liereyy up to Imp. And scores are still close thanks to the eco of Sebastian. He's up by almost 2k more resources, but being denied his gold now. At least he has lots of gold in the back behind his walls. Heavy warships and siphons and dromons are right away. Heavy warships, town watch, bracer, chemistry. As much as Liereyy might think he's denying gold, he really isn't. Vill's going down. After garrison in the tower. Chemistry blast furnace. 52 to 17 military. And I still think there should be a play where Liereyy crushes the army and can push in. Maybe he does need dromons for the castle. Shipwright for Sebastian. Now he can pump out ships quickly and cheaply. Fast fires to counter all of the galleons. No Karax added here. Fast fires everywhere. Armenians. Remember when they had Cilician fleet heavy demos and those were good, especially against fires? Not gonna have their own fast fires. Might go Carracks though. Here's a drone and there are a few Carracks. And they should be able to deal with the fires, no problem. Carville Hull on the way. Speed of grid. Sebastian's still limited to such a small area of the map, trying to break out, but he's walled in by that wood line. These ships need to be on aggressive stance, maybe. They're gonna be scouting for anything out here. On the front, the Carrack's making a bit of a difference. Here is wheelbarrow on the way for Liereyy. And, well, what do you guys think? 30 vills, can Sebastian hold and do this? Is no map. So he got 3,000 gold there. 3,000 back here. So we're at 5.5k gold left to work with. Redduck on the way. Don't think you can really take this one though with all the galleons there. Score flipping back to Liereyy. 50 to 44. Ooh, this is close. This is very close. Careening on the way. Redduck. How's this fight with Sebastian? Still 85 to 50 KD. 90 to 50 almost. And galleons plus Carracks pushing this back. One galley over here, thwarted now by a tower. I would love to see demos exploding right in the middle of these ships. But alas, we're not going to see that in this patch. No more demos. And what's the techs like? All the techs in for Sebastian. Armenians still missing Cilician fleet. Also missing dry dock and gill nets. Castle forward for Liereyy. There's bolts are being exchanged. Fast fire is now pushing back Liereyy just a bit. Sebastian retakes the score lead. Is Sebastian gonna tie this? Liereyy wasn't able to do too much damage when he had 50 to 10 military. Sebastian did a great job of walling and using towers. And Lelouch, thank you Lelouch for the raid. Demos are just too non-viable. They might as well be removed. Smoking. And now that he's pushing out, Sebastian not on the score for KD yet, but in terms of res collected, that is huge. Remember when that was around 1,000? Fast fire is going down. Not the best fight for Liereyy. Might have to chase the drones to back. How much demos were hit with a triple nerf? Damage radius reduction, needing an upgrade separate than the other ships. And I think they cost more too. Like, do they get the exploding fire ships? No they don't. Here come the galleons. And fire is fighting Karax. Unexpected demo. Those don't use them so no one else will. Well, I gotta buff them then. Tato uses them, everyone else will. What's going on here? Just melee stuff in the fight. No, I miss the demos. Imagine we had some Cilician Fleet demos now dealing with all those fires. Liereyy right now doesn't have a way to stop that. The fire and galleon combo is too strong at this point in the game. Dance moves from Sebastian on the fires too. So do we think Liereyy is out now? 85 Vils to 146? 113 pop to 180? Yeah, where are the demos that would liven this up? A couple of demos would have been great, but it's not worth it to go heavy demo Cilician Fleet. As the Iranians, it takes so much time to get there. Maybe there's a different role in team games, but at least in 1v1s, I don't think you ever have the resources really to get it for something that's you care about the other ships more, maybe like the Karak even. And we'll have handcart on the way. And how does Liereyy deal with this big massive fires? He's trying to do more Karax. And he's trying to keep his pop up. Has a castle, maybe he needs to fall back to the castle? He's honestly with the Karax, okay, he's destroying the fires. He somehow has a military unit lead right now with 60 less population. He's really down on Vils, 150 to 81. Sebastian, you might have a few too many Vils. They have 22 fishing ships for fish traps. And they rework water in the Greece DLC. I think the problem with water is that it's always going to be water. I didn't play the Greece DLC, so I don't know exactly what they did. Bill's going down. Could Liereyy bring this back now? Is there a world where Sebastian just overboomed and Liereyy brings us back? The tower there's got to be really annoying for Liereyy. Yeah, as Greek ships from a different era, but you can use them in map scripts if you want. I think Sebastian might have deleted some Vils. Or no, because Liereyy killed 69. There were Vils at the front on that wood line. Does Sebastian have heated shot? Yes, he does have heated shot. Very important tech, heated shot on water maps. Like 20 Vils trying to build towers. Okay, that explains it then. Towers that go down are not the best investment. Sebastian climbing and Score are pushing back. Lierey's still with the better KD. but now Sebastian pushing the docks at the front of Lierey's base. Ships diving the repair vills. This castle not in danger of going down just yet, maybe from the war galleys. Oh, maybe actually it is. Oh, there are trebs, Never mind that. I didn't see the trebs off the side of the screen. There we go, that's down. Everything going down there. And this has been cleaned. This has been cleaned to the point where Lierey's on his own side of the map now. And blind for the trebuchets. They were off screen. I wasn't blind, I just didn't have the screen positioned properly. You need a different emote for that. Bit of a raid as Liereyy tries to get his castle up. And hello, chicken saturation, or nor high. And Nasuno83, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Your ship is the best for raiding? That's a good question. I think Hulks probably kill Vills the most readily, but are also the most vulnerable to arrow fire from defensive structures. That's probably, it depends. Question. And there's a GG from Liereyy, and Sebastian will do it. He'll tie it 1-1. And we have a set on our hands, as that's 348 kills for Liereyy, but extra kills were not enough. And yeah, that eco for the Malay paid off. The Malay delay. Log plays from Sebastian. He held. Up, Sebastian needs to restart Steam because he was having a bit of lag since game 1 apparently. So he might take a bit before the next game. See, Discord friend request. No mutual servers, no mutual friends. Ignore that. That's probably a scam. That's a 1-1 now. It looks like it'll be Nomad next. Well, they restart. I need to grab a snack for myself. I'm getting really hungry. Made a few drones and stop production. Maybe more drones for pushing buildings would have happened. If they just wanted a friend, they can come and join the Discord server then. I have loads of friends there. Which I guess that is a shout out to join the Discord. Do I know how much? 125% is what the tooltip says. But it is a lot. I'll just say it that way. It's actually insanely strong. Okay, Persians, Mongols, the next matchup. Let me see if I can quickly run to the kitchen and grab a snack before this starts. Alright, quick snack obtained. It's plus 20 damage for each arrow. Not sure why it says 125%. Texts just have weird descriptions, right? And having lost in the red, Liereyy will be back in the green for this next game. It'll be Nomad, a desert version of Nomad. Persians for Liereyy, Mongols for Sebastian. I think I like the Persians in this matchup a lot on Nomad. Mongols not really a civ you think of as a Nomad civ. Is there any difference to them in this patch that helps them? Not really. Persians have camels to deal with steppes, and eventual Savaras to deal with cav archers. Boars on this version of the map, no elephants. Elephants would have been great for the Mongols. One boar in between the two players. Looks fairly DE Nomad-ish. Researching Elite Teutonic Knight should give you should give you an extra little bonus message. Like in Doom, when you pick up a weapon, it gives you a message. But then when you pick up the BFG, it says, "Oh yeah," at the end of it. That would be cute for one of the tooltips. I like that idea. I like that. I'll forward that to the idea folder in my head, in case we ever make our own RTS. That reminds me of that bug I had, I made that video about, where you attack someone, and if you had %N in your Steam name, it would attempt to display to the other player the warning, you were being attacked by a certain player with %N in their name, but the %N would be a weird, like, byte insertion string character sequence that would then crash the game of the person who got attacked. So you would attack someone and then instant win. That's the type of message that you get. Like, that is the power of the Teutonic Knight. That just displaying a message about them invokes so much fear in your opponent that they'd instantly lose. That's what a Teutonic Knight really is. They have to invoke fear from a distance because they're so slow. Otherwise, they're useless. Zero description, just hype words. That's what the tech tree is sometimes. Vil shoots the deer, pushes it in. So your name is the Windows command for Alt F4. Is there a different command for that? Oh yeah, like atheism or whatnot, that plays a sound for the enemies or First Crusade? Or spies? Oh yeah, that'd be intimidating. Intimidating to get the Teutonic Knight message from your opponent. That should be it. That Teutonic Knight should do that. Teutonic Knight should do that. Make an announcement to everyone that you've researched Teutonic Knights. Atheism sound is generally terrifying. That's the... Ooh, boar refusing to follow. Sebastian, no! That's the checkmate non-atheists sound that gets played. So Persians, Mongols, as I said, the Civ matchup I think favors the Persians. We see a slight eco advantage already for Liereyy. He's up by a fishing ship and also up faster. Not really a good hunt map, and I think it really does hurt the Mongols not to have gotten that boar. But maybe the timing will be better if Sebastian wants to go for docks? And I see a Phil going forward, so maybe he wants to put down a forward dock and try to go hulks, but he's not going to have the up timing to do that immediately, and faster working Persian docks will pump out some defensive ships in time for Liereyy to defend, I'm sure. Here's that Vil doing some quick walls. Didn't even need the quick walls there, that's just how people lure boars these days. Else for Sebastian. And Loom on the way for Sebastian. And he's gonna look to play feudal. But the Hulk is already there for Liereyy. Killing his fish and stopping the dockville. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. Stopping the third dock when it was almost finished. And killing the Vil. So now with 2 dock production, Liereyy will maintain the Hulk advantage. Here's another Vil forward, but not going to have the timing that he wanted, will Sebastian. And against the faster working Persian docks, Liereyy might not even need a third dock. OG Hun sound as a sub-message. We need to see what the Mets do with Edwin Diaz. If they re-sign him, I can keep the same sub-music. If they don't re-sign him, then I gotta change it. Oh, so we have a lot of people watching on YouTube today, so hope you're enjoying. Probably watch it on your TVs or your phones. Music goes hard every time. I've been told the Battle for Greece music is really good. One of my tasks for modding is to extract it. Okay, extra hulks for Liereyy, but the docks are shooting arrows for Sebastian, so who wins this fight? I don't actually know. Are the dock defenses enough? Liereyy really trapping Sebastian. Look at this exciting gameplay of ships standing still with no micro. Everything going down.
Timo.
I'm gonna mark it in there for Sebastian. And hello, Susie.
Zachar.
Gracious howdy do to you. And ooh, nice blocking. There, that's the micro I want to see. The block the ship so your one range can destroy it. Micro. Another boiler. Let's go, Sebastian. Mongols lowering the bore still. I'm trying to palisade and run. Are the new changes looking so far? It looks like a lot of Hulks. Looks like it's Hulk. Lots of situations where it's nothing but Hulks these days. PCD takes the board there. I think there are a couple of maps where you might see all three ships used in different situations, but for the most part, there will be maps where either it's all Hulk or all galleys, and sometimes another ship gets mixed in. The skirmishers of the sea. Gotta love skirms, don't you? Okay, there you go. Now the second coffee's starting to kick in. Feeling a bit more awake than I was in that previous game now. Liereyy with full walls at home, too. I'm looking at the water because that's mostly what's going on. I don't know, the Hulk trying to kill a fishing ship. There it goes. Or destroy a fishing ship. Or unalive a fishing ship, as the kids would say for the algorithms these days. Fireship is more micro than Hulk. It does. I mean, Fireship demo? That has some micro to it. Hulk just sits here appropriately green Hulk smash against the dock. Llamas for Sebastian. So Sebastian will be up, but only 15 seconds, not even. 13, 12 seconds faster than Liereyy. That's 1, 2, 3 TCs for Sebastian. We have truly become boomers that reminisce the past. Second TC for Liereyy, second and third for Sebastian. And, ooh, villager out of position. The outpost Ville found by Lierey's scout. That'll be picked off. Down he goes. Down he goes. Tried to Alcatraz himself, but not in time. Sebastian, you just delete all those foundations there. And Liereyy, having dominated the water, has taken a huge score lead. 14 fishing ships to 2. 11 hulks to 0. And Sebastian thinking of a castle, the scout at least will spot it. And camels coming forward for Liereyy, he will deny the castle. The great scouting from Liereyy leads to the camel push. Outpost there from Sebastian spots the camels. And some walls, he traps the scout. The camels will get in, try to hit some vills here, but there's a TC protecting them, and that castle will go up. Mangadai for Sebastian, and Hagrider! No Navy Thalassocracy. There is Navy, only Liereyy has it. No Navy for Sebastian. How you doing, Hagbutter? Hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, is this missed the original water balance? I do too. I do too. I'll need to make a video about water balance next week for YouTube. Yeah, I'll just have a bit of a discussion about it. Panic writing a final paper. Can't the AIs do that for you now? Monk goes down. You're fairly leery of this match. I'm trying to incite war. With the suggestion of an AI. Mangadai pushing a deer. Oh, is that deer being funneled? Where's that deer gonna end up going? It looks like the Mangadai pushed it. Is the deer gonna walk all the way around the wall? Okay, I'm keeping my selection on that deer. I want to see. Oh, it stops. It stops. Okay. I thought it was gonna try to go all the way around there. I got excited. Is that still on the table? That still is on the table. The table has a lot of things on it. I need actually to finish them. It's not just TCs, all units in DE are ranged units are less accurate. You can set it up if you compare it to the original game. Just have an archer attack a vill and run the vill away in a straight line without ballistics. In the original game it gets hit, in DE never gets hit. You cannot use AI, then it'll plug it to a paper that says it was used by AI. Medium warships on the way. Mangadai attacking the farm as the skirms come forward and try to attack the Mangadai. An imp for Liereyy. So Sebastian's been hanging on. Liereyy hasn't been able to push, but he's been booming. Up by 25 vills and up to imp. Bloodline's on the way, and adding knights can probably just go for Savars. And then overrun Sebastian. Our Mongols only have pikemen, they don't have halbs. So their answer to Savars would be heavy camels. And I don't think Sebastian is anywhere near the economy for that with only 14 on food. Game was at 1.5 speed and not 1.7? It was 1.7 on the original game. The HD was the aberration with 1.5 speed, but HD is just weird. Yeah, the original game would fluctuate based on conditions in multiplayer, but generally felt like 1.7. HD fixed the fluctuation, but then fixed it to a value that was slower than what it usually was played at. And then the user patch 1.5 fixed it to be a value that was what people felt like it was used to. Cavalier on the way, there's armor for Liereyy. Mangonel trying to deny the castle, but the house will be deleted to deny the Mangonel. Hunk gets a conversion, but that's okay. More Knights will come forward, and Sebastian will call the GG right there. 2-1 for Liereyy. It's kind of weird seeing that Sebastian had a better KD, but you can tell how very quickly he fell behind on the water, and things snowballed, and no way for him to do anything from there. Can't change this every time. More economy for Liereyy. Better techs, better timing there. It goes to Imp. More Vills, and also APM. Clicks faster. Now we'll see if we get immersion for Sebastian. Oh no, we picked Aqua Arena. Yes, let's go. A good map. Aqua Arena. Oh, best map in the tournament, Aqua Arena. No, AOC was 1.7. AOC was 1.7. Vublu was set to 1.7 because that's what AOC was. Well, a single player was 1.5 speed, but multiplayer was always varied. Multiplayer wasn't set and it would vary throughout the game, so if you played lands, it would probably be a different speed than if you played someone online and farther away. So it wasn't a set value because there were errors in the timing implementation, and it would vary throughout the course of the game. And if you're in a LAN environment, then it probably would have been more consistently one speed than if you were playing someone online and far away. Everyone should just become a plumber until the robots can do that for us. The Aqua Arena is starting in a moment. And Liereyy this time going for the yellow. He'll be playing as the Chinese to the north. And then Sebastian will be the blue Italians to the south. Oh, and he's luring the boar with the scout. Okay, well I have seen scout fights on this map, but you can start the game off with a boar lure. 3-vil start won't be the most efficient thing, but okay. While making 2 houses, luring the boar, I like it. Put 5 on the boar, then go for a lumber camp. Let's go. Very pretty map. I do like this one. This is... all the fish jumping up and down makes it look pretty too. Bossy's maps always look fun. Look at these shipwrecks. Look how nasty that ship looks. Like the front of the... looks like there's almost like a face on the front of the ship. As though it were scowling at you. Making you fear it. I'd fear that ship. Were it coming to ram me. Wouldn't want to be rammed by that. This looks like a demo almost, only without the explosives. This thing, not as epic as the other ones. Definitely not as epic as they are. Better from that angle. This all, yeah. Looks like it was gonna come to ramming speed and go for the wall. And is the meta FC full water? I've seen some attempts at feudal gameplay, I've seen FC gameplay, and I've seen fast imp gameplay. Earlier today, we saw Vinch go FC full water against Hera try to fast imp, and Vinch push before Hera could fast imp. I'm not sure if the jury's out on the meta yet. And Jammin, hello Jammin. Did they fix sometimes sea gates don't spawn? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. And jam a bit. A few well-placed demos could bring your tech switch into life, and now there are no demos? Correct, no more demos. Is this new water less prone to comebacks? I think it is, honestly. I think it is, and I think not just the demos, but also the fishing ship garrison. I know I've been saying this a bit, but not being able to snipe off enemy fish when you're behind makes it harder to come back, and I think makes it more harsh and snowbally to lose the water. You got landed with Jian's swordsman, oh no. No land play. I haven't seen land play on the map, no. I think it is mostly just water play. Your family in the US will see uni as a way to get a degree. In the US, unis are ways to spend a lot of money. Actually, I went on Erasmus to Europe. I don't even know if... I don't think what I did was called Erasmus. That's the inter-Europe thing. I was just on a study abroad program. I think there's technically differences there. And Erasmus programs are inter-Europe... European things. I'm wrong about that, and maybe the term is applied more generally, but I think it's a very specific thing. What's on the other peninsulas? There are docks, I believe you can trade with them. There are neutral docks with which you can trade. More important, I think, in team games, if you have lots of these neutral ones. Is a specific Erasmus program indeed? Yes. I remember looking for apartments in Berlin, and some of them said, no Erasmus students. Using good old Wege gesucht. Over a decade ago. It makes me feel old now. Yeah, Tato most impacted by the lack of demos. Fishing, lots of fish too. I've heard there have been unbalanced oyster spawns sometimes. Here it looks fair, 6 and 6. I double clicked and selected 8, I think I selected those two. You can do TCs and boom on the sides. You have to be wary of the wolves, but you can do TCs and boom out here. Usually players will start deleting walls or otherwise walking villas out here for more docks and better fish access. But usually the map is decided on water. Sometimes you get a boom and the TC out here helps add to your eco. Yeah, like this. There is the deleted wall and the Ville docking the side for more fish for Liereyy. Chinese also will have dragon ships, which are supposed to be better than fast fires. We'll see how they do. Probably still die to the Carax. And the full dock tech tree for the Italians. The lack of heavy demo won't matter in this meta. Chinese will... Oh, they miss incendiaries, so their dragon ships don't explode. They miss Carvel hull, so their ships won't move as fast. Actually, some gaps there despite the dragon ships. Akin then to Britain's missing thumb ring despite having upgrade advantages. So Sebastian feudal. And that will be followed up with a market and a blacksmith. With the later uptiming, I wonder if Liereyy will go for a fast imp. As I said, we did see Hera go for a fast imp earlier. I'd imagine Hera and Liereyy probably practiced together. So maybe they shared some strategies and both thought it was good. Look at the Vills just vibing. Look at him go. The right-handed fisherman, too. Vills... Yeah, T90 made a video about this recently. But Vills have different handedness for different tasks. You can see the miners are lefties. I had to get that right for my cosplay. And the builders are righties, and the lumberjacks, again, are lefties. Women included, definitely. And Rectum Face, thank you for the follow. Underneath that dress they're wearing, their abs surely rival those of the male villagers. T90. He said something about his father forcing him to be right-handed by using a balloon. Sounds like the type of thing people would do in rural Pennsylvania, where he grew up. Not even that rural. I mean, it's I think it was by Harrisburg, but that's still kind of rural. They wear the dress not to intimidate the men. I'm sure that's why. Look at her build that dock all by herself. And there's a skilled artisan right there. Female Vills were added in AOK in 1999. they were there well before the HD edition. Sounds like something someone from New Jersey would say. Exactly. Different animation for different woodcutter upgrades. I don't know if we'd ever recognize that. The hardest thing about being from Jersey and casting AoE 2 is that I can't say water correctly. And I need to pause and think about it every time I do it. Oh, and Gabby, thank you so much for the raid. So we have Liereyy up to the castle age. Hope you had a good stream, Gabby. Oh yeah, auto mod. Yeah, sometimes the animations are a bit different. The Vills. So Sebastian up first. And Liereyy needs to do his upgrades. He's a few seconds away. He's really out of position here. Surrounded. And the war galleys are supposed to counter the war hulks. But a couple of fires added in for Liereyy. And maybe he actually had a good timing on the upgrade there to force the war galleys back, even though he was outnumbered. Thanks again, Gabby, for the raid, and good luck against Tato and King of the Desert. I saw the brackets just got released for that. What do they grow on the farms? I don't know. It seems like the character line being so much less micro-intensive means the amount of effort required to counter them with their counter units ends up being not worth it. Yeah, that's a good point. With how fast they are, it's a bit awkward to micro them with their range, but you can run away from the galleys or run towards the galleys and fight them. The galleys require significantly more micro. And here's Liereyy trying to get a surround. Look at that surround on Sebastian's ships. Oh, that is beautiful. Using the island, sailing around, blocking with the fires. Taking the best fight he can, but maybe there are just too many ships from Sebastian. That was a great trap, but he doesn't have the numbers to finish it off. The few Warhulks that are added in dealing with the fires. And now Lierey's on the back foot. Has more resources collected, but doesn't have the ship composition. Gonna try to do the same thing again. Running around the back with the fires, going for the war galleys. War galleys running away. Is this the fight he needs? Trapping the galleys against the side where they can't micro as well, but the Warhulks come over to save them from the fires. And the ship is so speedy. Even against the fires. Wait, how does this thing get 1.79 speed? That is insane. That is insanely fast. T90 said his father tied a balloon to his right hand to force him to be right-handed when he was a baby. I feel like in that part of the United States, you'd probably have fathers trying to raise their sons to be left-handed so that they could hit left-handed when they play baseball. Or at least throw righty and hit lefty. Because rural Pennsylvania is chief baseball territory, where you'd expect that type of stuff to happen. Gates going down, the seawalls here really are not that strong. They get breached immediately. Same for the sea towers, they go down with little effort. Liereyy though up to Imp, and when he does heavy warships, he will immediately get the dragon ship. You can't build them, but the map spawns with them. The map spawns with them. And there were some of these in the Attila the Hun campaign around Constantinople on Attila the Hun 3. The graphics for them were added in the definitive edition. With a cute chain protecting the harbor. And Liereyy will have one last gasp at retaking the water when he gets up and does heavy warships. He's trying to rebuild docks around the side. This is where the sides of the map come into play. So far it's been a 1TC boom from both players. Vil counts still the same, but a few more fishing ships for Sebastian. A sea engineer ship that can build them. I think building huge walls across the map on the water probably is not a good idea. Would make sense maybe to construct dams on a river map, but not to construct huge walls in the middle of nowhere. Maybe a wall around a harbor. But walling off an entire map sounds like it'd be a bit silly. Give the Hulk the ability to build walls as well. Alright, here's heavy warships, and we will at least get to see the dragon ships. If only for a moment, before the navies take one final fight. Warhulk on the way. Maybe the imp advantage will be enough for Liereyy. I really don't know. He's doing blast furnace for the Warhulks. Those will become the Karaks. Warhulks coming forward. Oh, it was heavy warships. Oh, it was in a dock that got Oh no, was denied. Has to go to a safe dock now. Liereyy trying to add more docks. He's at the limit in terms of his resources. Oh no, we might not even see a dragon ship if the Warhulks destroy them. Oh wait, look at the 1.88 speed. That's a weird thing about this patch too. Ships are so speedy. They're so fast. Will it get more speed with the upgrade? Yes, it will. 2.0 speed. Look at that thing. The majesty of the dragon ship. Look at it go. And I miss demos now. All the ships being used apart from the demos. From what I've seen, it feels like War Galley with a meat shield of hulks in front of it is the way to go. And fires don't have much of a role anymore. We've seen Liereyy try to do them, but now we see it's almost impossible to field them because of how many Warhulks there are. I was gonna say Carrick, but there's still the Castle Age version. How many Warhulks? It feels like Sebastian's gonna force a game 5 here. I don't know if there's much more that Liereyy can do. He'll try to redock. He's fallen behind in actual villagers now, and still 13 fishing ships working for Sebastian. Nope, demos are still not worth it. Demos have been nerfed so much that if you wanted to do demos right now, you would need to do an entirely separate line of upgrades, because the heavy warships upgrade does not upgrade the demos. And that's individual upgrades for a unit that is more expensive and has been nerfed. And we've seen a couple of individual demos, and every single one has been underwhelming so far. Fire ships should light ships on fire. Boarding ships maybe should board ships. Even with large fleets, not worth. Even when you're camping docks, not worth it. At all. If it lagged, hopefully it's okay now. It looks like I had 180 dropped frames, so it might have been a very brief lag spike. Let's take demos out of the game. That's effectively what they did. If anything, they should have buffed demos. The best patch was back either African Kingdoms or Rajas? I forget, but there was a bug when demos, instead of having their blast radius control damage to taper off from the middle to the edge, it actually did damage 100% within the entire blast radius. So even if you were right on the edge of the demo, you took the full impact of the explosion. And even when that was the thing, they didn't feel overly strong. So where the nerf came from, I do not know. And hello, Epic Sea Dragon. Louis's been holding on for a long time. I don't know what hope he still has. Maybe he's thinking I'm imp and Sebastian's not imp, and I'll hold on till he gets imp, but Sebastian's about to click soon. 12 fishing ships still. And also no chance of a counterattack either, because the fishing ships can just garrison in the docks. Ships are historically a lot faster than land units. Or than land units? They were faster than land units this whole time, though. They already were faster. Ship's still sailing around. And they will come forward. All the ships for Sebastian grouping up to the right. Maybe starting to get some military numbers. Still more dragon ships. And maybe wants to take one more fight before Sebastian gets imp. Sebastian sailing around, maybe even gonna try to use his walls now. Get to imp, do heavy warships, and then clean everything. Box formation! Look at the huge box formation. His score did get a lot closer. Sebastian's still up 57 to 43 villagers, not just fishing ships, but villagers. So he should be able to maintain his production. Liereyy doesn't have any eco upgrades. Sebastian with wheelbarrows, so even has better eco upgrades too. No farms, so Lierey's just like, I don't need vills. I'll put 2 on food, that'll be fine. I just need ships, I don't need vills. Sebastian, at least, a few goats left. And a few fishing ships left. There it is, heavy warships and blast furnace. That'll be for the Hulk line. I feel like Lierey's still in this. I feel like these upgrades come in and then Liereyy gets cleared. But yeah, he has gotten closer on the ship count, that's for sure. At least gotten his count up. I don't think he's anywhere in it though when it's 70 vills to 43. And there's no way he has economy to replace his fleet once any type of fight happens. And the fight should probably happen now. It's around 10 seconds away from blast furnace. And Sebastian just needs to turn and fight. And there he goes. And Sebastian will obliterate this force, I think. Oh gosh, look at this, look at this! The Hulks are raining grappling hooks on each other. This is ridiculous. And Sebastian wins that fight and wins it hard. Liereyy down to 9 military. Remember when he had 40 military a second ago? He does too, as he'll call the GG. So he hung on for a while. And actually had the KD lead. But a couple of bad fights, maybe going too heavy for the fires, didn't work out for him. And that'll force a game 5. Also APM. Same APM for them. Look how fast Sebastian is. Hulk, yeah, Hulk is the meta. And that'll mean Immersion is the final map. So Liereyy used Chinese. And gosh, I didn't even pay attention. Once it was Italians. I forgot what civ he was by the end because he had won so easily. Their Jurchen's Grenadiers are OP. Or their Step Lancers, or their Fire Lancers, or their Rocket Carts, or their Siege Towers. Yeah, lots of good FC options. Hulkmania, yep. That's what water is. And here we go on immersion. It'll be Wu versus Dravidians. Game 5, Sebastian. Blue Dravidians to the west against Liereyy, green Wu to the east. And looming large over this matchup is the threat of Jian's swordsman. The Jian swordsman, the better than Huskarl, better than Eagle unit you can make from the barracks right in the Castle Age. That have carried many hybrid maps. Or many a hybrid map since the civ was introduced. Also, great economy. 55 food every time they build a dock. Infantry will regenerate. And we'll have a great men-at-arms rush.
Hey, sorry.
Rhino lured in. Very early Rhino lure from Sebastian. Not gonna wait and do a lumber camp first. We'll leave 6 on the Rhino while pushing in the deer. Dravidians, of course, will save a house every time they build a dock, plus 5 pop space. That'll be 25 wood saved per dock. Plus a bit of villager time not needing to build the houses. Lumber camp going up for Sebastian. Will's dropping off food at the TC. Has another ville for Sebastian, comes over to the lumber camp, and he'll have 5 on wood there. Liereyy gonna go 5 on wood himself, and then go for the dock. He has a rhino in already too. No, before this it was Nomad. It was Nomad before this. Or before the last game. Same theme with the desert, but no middle lakes, and you didn't start with the TC. Liereyy will dock the outside, and Sebastian will dock the outside too. Sebastian will have a great fishing economy with 5 deep fish available at that dock. 1,125 food for him. Dravidians could go for men-at-arms themselves too. Easier to get the barracks up with all of the extra wood they'll have. They're gonna lure in a rhino. Ooh, misses the lure. That is huge for Sebastian. What was he looking at? He now lost HP on the Ville too. It must have been pushing in the deer and messed up the boar lure. I'll bring the scout back, and the scout will have to block the rhino. Give it a bit of a block. Make sure the Ville gets back to the TC A-okay. And there he goes. Hunt the rhino, and hunt it successfully, killing it with the TC. I hate seeing that TC kill. That boar lore should have had some risk to it. Not end of it, instant boar behaves. And there we go, Feudal Age for Liereyy. It should explode like a demo, damaging your nearby units. Now that would be a mod. Exploding boars, but only when the TC kills them. He probably wouldn't have lost the Ville anyway, but at least it would have been a bit trickier for him. Barracks going up for Sebastian. How about just using iron bores? I don't know if giving everyone 700 food every game would be good. Or 1,400 food from both iron bores. Mongols would be way too strong. Or Goth for the longer lasting food then, or Maya. They do like killing villagers, but if you get them under the TC, now you can kill them with the TC and keep the food. You don't need to finish them off with the vills anymore. I don't think there's any risk to iron bores, as long as you get the lore properly, but with the way people know how to do that with Foundations and Rage Force now, I think iron bores pose no problems. So Lierey's scouting with his fishing ships, he's up to feudal, and he is adding in an archery range, so he did not go for the men-at-arms. Sebastian will, and Sebastian may be anticipating men-at-arms wanted to go. Oh wait, never mind, he did go for him, never mind. I didn't see him leaving the barracks, and I didn't see the upgrade. They're just militia, though. So Liereyy delaying the man-at-arms upgrade, and deciding whether or not he wants to upgrade them once he sees whether he'll do damage, I think. An immediate man-at-arms upgrade for Sebastian, whose men-at-arms will be hovering around back by the gold and the wood line. And nice defensive tiger back there for Sebastian, but maybe he runs into it himself. Man-at-arms coming forward. And some skirms come out. That scout's as good as dead from Sebastian is blocked. And now with the skirms and an extra man-at-arms, Liereyy will bring all the men-at-arms forward. You find luring 2 boars over a long distance easier than luring 1. Same thing when the wolf gets involved with luring. They bump and block each other, which ironically makes it easier because it slows them down. Never risk your scout against Liereyy. Sebastian not gonna fight the men-at-arms here. Maybe he'll look for a hill. Skirms forward. A couple of archers for Sebastian, so that might be difficult in the presence of the skirms. Not doing any Dravidian skirms himself. Now the men-at-arms coming forward, along with a skirm and an archer. And Sebastian getting cleaned here. Oh, Liereyy bringing his entire army around. So many skirms from Liereyy. This is a really smooth build order from him. 3 OKD. And Sebastian's men-at-arms have done nothing but run around and hoover. They've not actually killed anything. And the gate to trap them. And down they all go. Not a single kill yet. 5-0. 5-0 KD for Liereyy. Sebastian struggling. Archers now have to fight an army that includes skirms. Yeah, the wolf makes it easier because of the line of sight. Want a mod that makes wolves attack animals? You can do that in AoE 1. Lions will attack the gazelles. That's something Sandy, and maybe even other people said. I remember interviews from years ago that they removed that from AoE 2 because players complained that their animals were eaten by the other animals. And hidden zebra. Yeah, if that zebra wasn't hidden, the boars, the wolves, the tigers, they'd be going right after it. I hope you're having a good day, hidden zebra. Skirm's here for Liereyy. Not quite able to break in yet. Sebastian will be up to the castle age first. Now we'll have Liereyy up as well, 90 seconds later. And there is a market. We've yet to see what he'll commit to. Can always be double barracks gen swordsman. Dravidians, though, themselves should have decent longswords should they want to counter that. And Vil fighting a tiger over here. No hiding from the tiger. Stabs it right in the face, though. A wise turtle. All the animals in the chat, too. Oh, and there we are. Hulk time. Hulk's on the water. Hulk's on the water. Who saw this coming? Crossbow for Sebastian. Fishing ships in the dock, so they can't be picked off. Crossbow's coming forward. Hello, UP. Hulk's on the water. Favorite Deep Purple song. Is that a song? It sounds like a song title. Hulk's on the water. Yeah, Smoke on the water. Hulk's on the water sounds pretty cool. As a song title, though, not as a gameplay mechanic. And oh, look, a spear from Sebastian that got in. Is this open? Well, it's a palisade gate. It's as good as open. Hulk's on the land would be cool. Sounds like a Marvel movie sequel. This Thalassocracy match hasn't seen much ship action. This is a hybrid map. And hybrid maps are much simpler in this balance because it is only Hulks. No demos, no fires, no galleys, just Hulks. Hulks, Hulks, Hulks everywhere. Crossbows will take out a palisade here. Only Hulks. That's what a hybrid map is. Okay, here are some Hulks, some Hulk on Hulk action. Look at the micro. Look at all the micro we have as the ships sit still and attack each other and reform because of the one range to attack each other. Everything there, still having ropes and anchors and grappling hooks shot at each other. No ropes though in Capture Age, but everything else shot at each other. These War Hulks are very sturdy from Liereyy. They have the extra attack upgrades from the blacksmith. So he actually won that fight. He won that fight, and now has a much better KD so far. As the Jin swordsmen come forward, workshop goes up for Mangonel. Quite a few crossbows. Jin swordsmen don't want to fight that alone. Troll in and sit back. Hulk's hooks hook on Hulk's holes. That is a tongue twister there. What even is a Hulk? Why is Green Hulk not stronger? Everyone always asks about the Green Hulks. Hopefully they take time to add some depth to them. Yeah, they're sailing in the shallow water now. I don't think they really have an advantage to being in the deep water, though. What count as Jin swordsmen? Long swordsmen. They have the same armor classes as Eagle Warriors. Monks also can counter them. Well, oh! Crossbows don't counter them. Crossbows don't counter the unit that has 6 pierce armor and heals. Now the Mangonel coming forward as Lierey's taking a better score lead, up by over 15 vills. And Tyrell, how you doing? Welcome. Jin Swordsman. This is a good unit. Now Mangonel's forward. There are some more hulks on the water. More hulks. And Sebastian docking one of the middle ponds to try to get his fishing eco safe again. How much do they cost? Chat, do you remember the cost for these guys? Mangonel's trade. They're not that expensive? 45.45. Was that changed at one point? I seem to remember that being changed. Maybe I'm imagining that, though. And dock in the middle from Liereyy. Has to be careful of the monk, but does get away from it. Wheelbarrow on the way for 2 for Liereyy. He still maintains a sizable Vil lead. And now has some ships coming around the back of the back. Could probably destroy the dock, but offer no threat inland. Hasn't been changed? Maybe I'm just thinking of how the Wu had their food change from 65 to 55. Maybe I was mistaking that for a cost. I think Liereyy won this. Liereyy, if he goes forward, he'll find the fish. Long swordsman! Oh, let's go, Sebastian. Even if Lierey's gonna win this, at least Sebastian got to go long swordsman. Never pass up a chance to go long swordsman. Especially if you could involve siege towers.
नान तैयार.
And heavy plow and handcart on the way for Liereyy. Oh, is he gonna get a double Mangonel shot on that stone mine? Yes, he is. Okay, 3, 5. What was that, 5 vills down? 12 vills killed in total. And, well, docks here should get more fish. A couple of units here and there kind of converted swordsmen, being annoying. Workshop up for Sebastian. Maybe sending ropes and boarding the blacksmith as he boards the dock. Of another range now for Liereyy, who is up by 2k score, up by over 20 vills, and is just now clicking up to the Imperial Age. Maybe it'll be GG when Imp comes in, because Sebastian does not have nearly the eco that Liereyy does, down by 2.5k res. And Liereyy looks like he's in a position to advance to the semifinals. Does he realize how behind he is? I am sure he does. He can see the score just as well as we can. And if he sees a drop, he'll probably attribute it to Imp. Longswords keep coming forward. One last heroic charge, the last march of the longswords. Their friendly Mangonel will go down before he even begins the task. Ooh, Mangonel gets a couple of kills there. And here comes an armored elephant. How does Liereyy repel this? Liereyy has a ton of fish on the outside and a ton of docks everywhere. There's stuff going down. A workshop forward for Sebastian. Liereyy with significantly more vills. Even just of the actual villager type and not fishing ship type. Lierey's been in finals since you started watching tournaments. I remember when Liereyy was young. Oh, a siege tower! There we go! Siege tower for the longswords. That's how to use longswords. Speed up that siege tower. Look at that, 0.95 speed. That's the same as the longsword itself, just about. Micro from Liereyy clears that Mangonel. So it wasn't an Imp GG. Triple Mangonels, and Liereyy is gonna micro down 4 Mangonels, isn't he? Arb in. Okay, he took one shot to the face. Arb's taking all the Mangonels though. He just microed down 4 or 5 Mangonels. Took a tiny bit of a shot. One more Mangonel needs to hit. That's not gonna get an attack ground. Oh, it does! And the crossbows or the arbalests were downhill. Bills can go fight it and take it out now though. More upgrades for Liereyy. Siege tower is still hoovering. Don't know what Sebastian's trying to do here, but this is an elimination game, so he's gonna hang on. I know country flags because I was not reminded about it until right now. That's why. Sebastian and Liereyy definitely could have put flags for them. They fixed the bug where I couldn't view the tech tree with the country flag, so I can use the flags now. Oh, double siege tower. And heavy Huiguang Cav. There is the GG. And Liereyy will win 3-2. Very competitive set from Sebastian. And both of our sets went 5 games today. We've been casting almost 5 hours. So GG's and congrats. Semifinals will be tomorrow. Don't think I'll be around to cast that, but I do want to cast the finals on Sunday. Let me see if I can check out a bracket. 3-2 Liereyy. I got some Stronghold Frenzy I want to cast too. Finish that up. That's a win for the Woo and a loss for the very first pick Dravidians, not taking Woo. Okay, Wikipedia. Let's see if we can find a bracket. Here we are. And bracket time. So we'll have Hera versus Viper as the first semifinal. Heart versus Liereyy as the second. By all means, Hera and Liereyy probably the favorites to make it to the finals at this point. Maybe Viper can put up a bit of resistance to Hera like Vinch did today. Now we're gonna go over to Stronghold Frenzy. I'm probably gonna take like a 5-10 minute break in between though. And then we're gonna get to the Stronghold Frenzy, so it'll be the final set of the community finals. So let me just update the title. Frenzy, Community League finals. One is Hera versus Viper. That is tomorrow. These have been starting at 16 GMT. Alright, so I got some stuff to update here. That's not the right scoreboard. Grab the score from the post at the draft. I have Aten and Tomo. This is the Kaiser League Finals, best of 7. And there we go. Kolo first, then Nagomade, Zimbabwe, Todaiji for Tomo, and Velchins, Narok, and Sardis for Aten. Hera is off the charts. Charts cannot contain him. Alright, YouTube. Thumbnail. Stronghold Frenzy. Community Finals. Update the thumbnail. I'll put the thumbnail back after the stream. Well, bigger than 2 megabytes. Oh, that's one of my thumbnails probably didn't update the other day. Yeah, Vinch did quite well today, but Vinch also has been playing incredibly well recently. So all credit to Vinch. And yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll get into Stronghold Frenzy. Alright. Time for some Stronghold Frenzy. Need to... Oh, wait, no. First, I need to swap my game version. I'm on the Thalassocracy patch. No silly water patches for this. This is real clown gameplay. Alright, and while I'm thinking of it, I'll update my capture age scene to show the correct capture age version. And DE, will you open? I've seen posts on forums about DE taking longer to open now, and I haven't timed it explicitly, but it feels like it does to me. Not that it's ever been fast. It feels extra slow now. And here we go, game number 1 on Colo. There we are, alright. So, Aten versus Tomo, the creme de la creme, as UP writes. Highest level of our community leagues. Colo will have the walled mountain in the middle. Why? Because clown. We'll see if anyone docks. It'll be Bulgarians against Away. Interesting. Why does DE take longer than any other version? Because they likely did not bother to optimize the launch time and probably added a whole bunch of like tracking and logging stuff that needs to be initialized that they didn't bother optimizing the loading process for. Has become very slow to open after the launch of the first Chronicles. Maybe it's attempting to load stuff for various game modes. Which is a shame, because I didn't even buy Chronicles. I don't have it, but it makes my game take longer to load. You like the Bulgarian theme? The menus do seem to be fairly poorly optimized. I constantly need to remove the recorded games from my recorded game folder, otherwise the menu takes forever to open. UI Design 101, incrementally load and display data. The AoE 2 menu seems to need to load every single file and parse and figure out the statistics for every recorded game in your folder before it actually lets you open and use the menu. Let's go, Tomo. We got a Tomo fan. Hello, Devor. So just speeding things up in the Dark Age as we do. It's a best of 7, so we might be here for a while. Especially on clown maps. Clown maps with Komodo dragons with extra food. We have a mill in the middle. Have to be careful of the fact that you're going to be killing your hunt far from the mill. Oh my gosh, we should make an RT. Oh my gosh. We have gotten a Komodo dragon that is stuck in between the two merchants. This is amazing. This is peak right here. I think both of these players have won because of that. Give all of them wins. There we go. There we go. That's how it's done right there, boys. Who cares about the final? There are more important things about getting the Komodo dragon stuck between the merchants. That was brilliant. Anyway, this one coming in. As I was saying, you gotta be careful that they have 25 HP, and it takes quite a few arrows to kill them. And you can see them run away for a while. Oh, there we go. Nice TC shot, though. And forward barracks here, as that dragon's being lured in. What elo are we watching? This had a high of around 1900, so I'm going to guess 18 to 1900. Yeah, about 1900. This is the top community league. The Silver League was, what, around 2K1, 2K2 for the finals, if I recall? And then the top league was Andy Doubt, so pretty high level there. Oop, okay. He's gonna get the Komodo through the gate and open the gate. Oh, he tried to do the trick. Tried to do the trick where you push it into the gate and get it moving, and then you open the gate. Oh, he deleted the wall, though. Gave up on the trick. Gave up on the trick. Why is a random mountain walled in? Why not? Remember, this map was made by the clown community. It would be surprising if that wasn't an element of a map. If only AoE 2 were made by Linux, that'd be better than Microsoft. Your folder's always 99% full. That's the cloud storage. It's the cloud storage. It's not your disk space. The fact that AoE 2 doesn't have a clear way to delete stuff from the cloud storage also is unfortunate, because you get full cloud storage and then weird messages that pop up because your cloud storage is full while you're trying to play. It makes absolutely no sense. And it's quite silly. So the men-at-arms going to get through the gate, but behind that will be constructed another layer of palisades from Tomo to keep himself safe. Men-at-arms will break through the palisade gate. And there needs to be another piece of wall finished. Foundation is placed. And, ooh, there's a hill, there's a hill. Men-at-arms had a hill. And, well, it's 2 Vil kills, another one almost down. He'll wall himself, the merchant can't attack. And that started out very deadly, then turned around and the Vils won. Both players up, 30 seconds slower for Aten, but he did get a couple of Vil kills. And he'll be going for Men-at-Arms, skip Bulgarian longsword. So many longswords in this event. We've seen quite a lot of longswordsmen. As Tomo's up, and just now Aten will be up. And there are those free longswords. It will be, however, longswords against Shinbei Raiders, and I have a feeling that the Shinbei Raiders will be the better unit in this matchup. Longswords do need a good bit of micro, though. Let's see what the Shinbei Raiders can do to them. I wish capture didn't flicker whenever I had to alt-tab. Here is Squires to make him speedier. Ooh, they turn around and get a nice hit. They're around 1900. Slow-paced swords, Monk's Siege. That is an 11 HP University Foundation being finished. A forward workshop. Will that work with the Shinbei Raiders? Will that Vil finish it? It's a forward TC. Cheap stone cost for the TCs. Hello, Vil. Anyone gonna worry about him? They have a hill advantage there, so maybe we can deny the workshop for a while. That'll be deleted and made behind the TC. And fishing ships on the Oyster on the outside for Tomo. These longswords have been running these Shinbei raiders around for a long time. Until finally the longswords go for the fishing ships. Don't get one. But they will at least distract those raiders for a bit. And what's it going to be? Scorpions or mangonels? Maybe mangonels, since it looks like the gold's being saved. And another TC down here on the wood line. More villas building houses. And there is a workshop for Tomo. The Shinbei raiders will run through some buildings, just buildings though, no vills. Long distance mining or chopping of trees out there, but the vill's gonna come back home. That gate probably won't hold for long. Scorpions falling out of the meta? People go scorpions quite a bit. We have two right here. Yeah, you still see scorpions quite often. I don't think they've fallen out. Maybe they're not made every single game like it felt like they were when they first had gotten ballistics, but they're still made quite a bit. Monastery in the middle. All the components for a slow push. Barracks, monastery, workshop here. But still some work needed to get more units out. And the Shinbei raiders are very smooth to play. Outpost here giving nice vision to Aten, or Aten. I'm hopefully going to settle on a consistent pronunciation at some point and not pronounce it differently every time I say it. That's the problem with names. Okay, Mangonel gets a good shot there. Might have even been slightly on the hill. Mangonels clear each other. As the Scorpions get ready to hoover on over. That's a lot of Shinbei raiders and another Mangonel. Ooh, and Tomo applying a lot of pressure here, I think. Both players with 2 TCs, but this one's certainly being idled a bit more than the other. That's another 2 TCs going up for those players. Mangonels go for the TC. Yeah, that's a lot of Shinbei raiders and a couple of Mangonels, and now that'll be the hill. The hill by the walled mountain. The lonely mountain. And dodging out of the way is Tomo, bringing his Mangonel back. Playing some dodgeball there while the TC repairs come in. Romans came out, and with ballistics they felt OP all of a sudden. Scorpions were always that unit you added against small groups of crossbows for landings on island maps. I feel like Tato originated that around the time we had those escape tournaments on HD. And it caught on throughout various other game modes too. But then, yeah, definitely with Romans and ballistics, and even more particularly just getting ballistics in general, they were strong. I've seen those Phosphoro-esque FC Scorpion plays with Romans where they're so cheap. That can work out pretty well. 67 to 67, but villagers, as the TC is repaired, with that larger army of 13 Shinbei raiders, feeling pretty scary when there's no military to defend against it. Wheelbarrow on the way. And, ooh, not a mining camp, but a TC. Going up on the stone, one Vil TC while the rest of the village comes over to help. And a farm. Farm in the middle is risky. I guess there are enough farms over here by the starting TC anyway, though. This area could get oversaturated rather quickly. Tomo selling some res at the market. Neither player nearby to clicking imp yet. But that's a good mangonel push. 3 mangonels, a couple of mangonels in defense. Both players trying to use that little bit of a hill to which they have access. If there are different... as the mangonel goes down, there are different spawns to the map. There are 3 different ways it can spawn. So yeah, it can look way different. Of all the maps, this is the one that I think was a bit of a miss for the tournament. This and just then the simple Saracen's dominance of Sardis. The other maps I think did much better. Tricky one to figure out for sure, because you need to look at it multiple times in the editor really to get a feel for all of the generations. And you can't just see it once or twice or play it once or twice. Sardis is fine in vanilla, the mercenary tent. The mercenary tent contributed to it vastly. Should be surrounded by gold piles. You can't destroy the wall though. You'd be siege tower hopping vills to the inside to mine the gold. Okay, castles in the south. Warring castles. I think this castle is on a slightly higher elevation in case there's a treb war, or maybe actually they're on the same elevation. But this one, a tile or so into the lower area, might not give it level ground in a treb war. Yeah, it's one of those walls that can't be destroyed. I'm pretty sure you can siege tower hop it. And Aten's up to imp. Up to imp and then might be able to do some trebbing. Looks like we'll have a more all-in Castle Age approach from Tomo. And scale mail armor, so prepping for infantry, is Aten. Don't think I like the design of any of the 3 Kingdom civs. I do not. I really don't. And pikemen on the way for Aten, so defenses for mangonels and trebs looks like for him. Second castle going up for Tomo. We'll see if that's in time, so we can speed things up a bit while Imp's on the way. There's a still mangonel fight on the TC, and mangonels trade each other off. You see repairing, gotta be careful not to drive the mangonel under the TC. And this downhill mangonel from the TC, not doing all that much damage compared to its friend atop the hill. Need to be rotated to be there. But Imp will definitely be slower for Tomo. Vil counts are pretty similar. And if Aten can get the trebs out and destroy a castle, maybe hit the TC, all of a sudden that's a ton of map control that's open to raiding. Ooh, a second castle, even more forward, more aggressive now. Double up on the treb production. It looks like Bulgarians do not get bombard cannon, but they do get siege engineers. So should have decent trebs. Where do those vills want? They see there's a castle there. Tiger cav on the way. Some pikemen there to deal with potential tiger cav. And armor on the way still for infantry. There are the trebs. With the castle on 2 elevations and the treb in front of it, I don't know what those graphics are doing, but I think it will clearly be a downhill treb from this castle. Double trebs going for the castle again. Here come the Tiger Cav. The pikemen are not in position. The pikemen are not in position. And the Tiger Cav will destroy at least one Treb. Will they get both? No, they won't. Only one. Only getting one. There are more Shinbei Raiders still hoovering around. That'll buy time for Imp to come in this castle to stay alive. And Treb's going for the castle, repairs for Tomo. And that's Bracer conscription on the way for Tomo. Ballistics, conscription, padded archer armor all on the way. Let's make it. This TC has been repaired all game against Mangonels. Halb just about finished for Aten. And desperation repairs for Tomo, all going for the castle. But down it goes. Didn't repair in time. Castle goes down. But at the same time, now there's a traction treb. Oh boy, traction treb. That'll help take out the TC. More importantly, I'd fear for the Trebs. There are 4 of them now. And kind of surprised not going for the TC. That and a bit of raiding in the area would probably be good. 18 a bit more pop right now. Are you gonna go for the other castle? Could try to go over there. It has a crep post over there. And here come the Halbs. But the Shinbei Raiders are a problem for them. Still hit the map. Yeah, this was a map that definitely I think we gotta come up with some more ideas for if we wanted to use it again. All the Halbs go down, picked off by the Shinbei Raiders and other units in the area. The monk doesn't even die. Halbs wanting to pick the traction treb, going for the Repairville. But they go down, more Halbs coming forward. But I don't think Halbs can deal with the Shinbei Raiders. Trebs, oh gosh, the Trebs are nilling their way around. The Trebs are nilling their way around. That castle is getting repaired, and it's staying up because the Trebs cannot pathfind to attack it. How many finals are there? 7. This is the last one. 7 best of 7, so it's a lot of casting. And the castle will go down. Treb goes down and the Halbs push forward. Of the 5 he has, 3 are not available for any 3 Kingdom Civ. Yeah, I miss when Civs had 1 unique unit, instead of being based completely around unique units. Halb's going down. Scores are still close as Tomo loses a castle, but the Trebs probably can't push without further assistance against the Shinbei Raiders. Especially not getting close to their ranges. And so Vills all get massacred by that gold. And gold could become an issue soon. No oysters being taken on the outside. Remember, you can't always go take the oysters if you need gold. It looks like Tomo at least is remembering that its fishing ships can do that. Not very efficiently, but he's going for, oh my gosh, very inefficiently. Long distance mining the oysters. Oh no, that is peak villager right there. Is there going to be a traffic jam here and between the palisades? Now this is peak AoE2 right here. Chemistry, wing archer, armor, thumb ring all on the way. Oh, Tomo. You need a mining camp. Meanwhile, in the middle of the army, gathering together as the traction Treb starts attacking the Krepost. Mini Treb against a mini castle. Can you pickaxe farm an oyster? I don't know. That's a great question. Treb's trying to take out the traction Trebs, but they're way too inaccurate for that. Meanwhile, there's some raids starting to come in. Not too much, though. Defensive castle up. Until let's go back to the farms. Are they worse than regular CA? The way I've seen them played, they feel better. It might come down to using their charge attack properly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dead vills there. And 143 to 116 villagers. Alb's gonna get some raids. Oysters on the outside being mined. Tomo doing everything he can to mine or fish the oysters, including doing it absent-mindedly. Hussars try to raid now for Aten. That's a lot of Hussars coming over. And Aten applying pressure on both sides. He takes the score lead. And the traction Trebs, great against units, but not against buildings. And if you have the mobility to avoid them, maybe that's the key, as Hussars are starting to get into the back of the eco. And this looks like it could get ugly real fast for Tomo if he starts losing vills to Hussar raids. Oh no, the Hussars need their final attack upgrade. But this is scary. This is real scary. No defenses for the vills. Hussars go and attack the traction Trebs. And as they go down, so too will probably the push of Tomo, as that castle can be repaired. And probably repaired for a long time. The Shinbei Raiders are surrounded, and the vills going for this TC probably won't get it up. Ooh, I don't know, that's close to going up. That's a lot of Hussars hoovering around here. And there we go, TC up. That's a lot of Shinbei Raiders, but the Hussars can't seem to take a great fight against them. Just content to pick off the rest of the siege. And as that siege goes down on the other side, there are some more raids with Halbs this time. Halbs trying to be cleaned up by Hussars, and Tomo will call the GG. Aten goes up 1-0. As the push falters. The push falters. This castle, I was doubting it at first. It proved very useful. That were regular CA. Maybe these things don't have. Let me check. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, you have to use the charge attack properly. It takes a lot of micro, and maybe that's why I think they're good, because at a high level, the players probably have that micro. He did get more kills, but there was a big eco difference. Alright. Let's Colo for Aten. And for maps, I just checked that off. For scoreboard, there we are. That's the button I need to click. Are the weird trebs the winning condition? The problem with the weird trebs, the traction trebs, is that they don't push buildings well enough. And they can destroy other trebs and other siege and units even fairly well. But the push against buildings is slow. No, I was doubting that initial castle, you're right. But I completely forgot about the traction trebs at the moment. I thought in a normal treb fight I doubt it, but traction trebs. Gotta remember them. They are OP against everything other than castles. Alright, so I'll go to game 2 on Todai G. Alright, so here we are, and we'll have Tomo in the red as the Turks to the south, and Aten as the blue Hindustanis to the north. So great artillery bombard cannon possible for the Turks. Free light cav upgrade 2. Just speed things up through the Dark Ages, they both boom up. I guess in some sense, with the way the civ picking works, the less you play a map, the more you have civs remaining for it. That's probably a bit too good to be true though, because there definitely will be overlap. Again, this is Defend the Wonder. You have this beautiful Todai G Wonder. I've been told the map looks more beautiful than this does IRL. And if that wonder is destroyed, then you are defeated. You can build more TCs. So more different builds available than there would be just in pure sudden death. And it's something away from your TC that you have to defend. If you're wondering why this rock terrain is here, it is to prevent douches, because they were OP. Map was too beautiful, you couldn't take it. It's like that episode of SpongeBob when Squidward gets too handsome. Seems more inward? I guess so. I don't know if that makes a difference. There are probably very slight differences in connection generation. Is Aten up to feudal? Opposite of what wonders do in the main game. Blacksmith Market versus Stable Market. So stable for the Hindustanis, no stable for the Turks. Scout checking for relics in the middle, more scouts, and a forward vill, likely for a monastery. And the vill immediately found by the scout and picked off. Nicely done from Tomo. That was brilliant. Brilliantly done. And there'll have to be another vill forward for another monastery. No more scouts for Tomo, though. So this will be the only one to turn to a light cav. It has to be careful that when the next stage comes in, that light cav upgrade will slow it down. So Aten can simply chase until it's upgraded, but including a downgrade for the speed as the free Turk light cav is there. Now you see 1.5 to 1.55. At some point it'll have to find a hill and fight. And down it goes. Right away, Tomo doing a defensive castle on his own wonder to keep it safe. Husbandry and light cav on the way. And there's Bosaw on the way for Tomo, doing his eco upgrades. Alright, doing his eco upgrades, we'll have another TC in the back for Aten. And there is husbandry done for Aten. We'll have Bosaw on the way for Tomo. And those light cav are just hoovering without fighting, so I can speed up the boom a bit, I think. I'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs for Aten. I'll just keep an eye in case anything happens. Oh, there we go. Few Janissaries coming out. So it will be Janissaries indeed. Tomo. Push back the light cav. Relics being picked up from the middle for Aten. Saving this one for last, hoping that Tomo doesn't see it, I presume. And the relic is picked up as the light cav keep hoovering a bit. And don't know if the Janissaries are going to amount to any type of push. But the Vil counts are still equal for both players, despite the TC difference. But that is a good relic difference for Aten. Sometimes the relics slow you down, though. Hello, Marintho. Hello, hello, hello. And the Janissaries come back over to deal with the light cav. And hello, Potato. How you doing? Sanctity on the way for Aten. As the monks and light cav come forward. Janissary is good? Yes, they are still good, but different. It was definitely a hard nerf to them. Yeah, I kind of miss the old Janissaries. So Bloodline's on the way for Aten now. Still not the type of unit you'd want to fight with light cav. Definitely not. There's a ram for them. Can't hop in and out of the ram to break conversions, I guess. And let's see the Janissaries come forward. Neither side really wants to engage just yet. They're both concentrated on booming, but that's probably good for Aten, who has 3 relics and a good Vil lead so far. Like cav, just keep on hoovering as they boom. Defensive wall over here. Maybe the walls need to be by the monastery more. But everyone content just to boom. So where are those Janissaries chasing the light cav back towards? This is the type of build where I kind of expect Tomo to use Janissaries for map control, get a castle here. Maybe a bigger set of walls and go Trebs and Cannon. I guess the wonder. And well here, ooh, could we see a bomb, like a Janissary ram push? That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. Janissaries have to be worried the monks can get back to the rams. Okay. Well, that outpost will be giving some great vision. Yeah, there are rams on their way forward. We have Town Watch searched. And the Janissaries will scout in front of the rams. And he is going to make a play. A wonder. Conversions coming in. Janissaries fighting the light cav. Rams from behind. Janissaries should be numerous enough to win this fight. And win it quite easily. Good numbers of Janissaries remaining. A good number of Janissaries remaining. And let's see. The Turks might need to be devoted soon. And the Vil's now panicking, doing a castle and a workshop inside the city walls. They're prepared for the ram push, and will react with a couple of defensive buildings. Janissaries on their way in. Janissaries and the rams both get within murder holes range. Then that's great, especially if the rams can protect the Janissaries. On the other side, nothing going forward. But this line of trees is getting dangerously thin. And through the city gates go the 5 rams. Petards from the castle and gulams to try to fight the rams. they go. Petard's on the way, but 5 rams on a castle. That's a lot. Mangonel in the back. Gets 1 ram.
Hazır ol. Emret. Evet, emret.
Okay, ooh. More Janissaries forward. Janissaries might need to pop out of the rams and hit the repairvilles. Petard goes for a ram, gets it. That'll leave some Janissaries now to hit the repairvilles. Actually, might have been a bad thing. And camels in the back. Will the castle go down? Ooh, it's so close. 600 HP. Another mangonel hits a Janissary. A ram goes down. This is close. This is really close. One ram left, and it goes down. And the repairers hold. Ooh, and now Aten. He's at 101 vills to 51. He was booming the entire time behind that push. So, man, there's a GG. And Aten goes up 2-0. Oh, man, that almost felt like it worked. But Aten defended too well. Had multiple mangonels. Got the castle up in time to stall out the push, so they couldn't just run straight to there. Oh, that was well done. Great hold. Opponent played really well. Yeah, I mean, that felt close, right? It felt close. Maybe we're a bit faster. Maybe the workshop's forward or something. I'm still waiting for the Siege Tower Castle drop, but that was a good strat. That's why I like Toad IG. You see a ton of different strats on it. And yeah, you had the bigger military, but had to force the fights to go for the castle there, so that makes sense. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break myself and run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And let me update the scoreboard too. Alright, game number 3 will be on Zimbabwe. Bohemian's Mirror. Isn't the Wonder easier to take down and harder to repair? Well, if he goes straight for the Wonder, then the castle kills all of the army that was supporting the Rams. And you need support for the Rams. Alright, so now we gotta check how quickly do players send vills for the hunt. It's Zimbabwe, Bohemian's Mirror, and there we go. First vill immediately attracts a crocodile, and Tomo will be there with the scout to see it. Seek it out and see it. Alcatraz quick walls though, and the vill is safe. And when the vill is out, the crocodile's still there. And the scout and vill combined will kill it. And double lore, what is the palisade doing? What? Oh no, oh no! Aten, oh no! Rip, greedy, and it didn't work. Greedy didn't work. So now, will it be Tomo's turn? Oh, it will be Tomo's turn to send out a vill. Then we're gonna do a house first and lower the boar inside. I'm gonna do loom, and we'll just be one elephant. Oh, here we go again, here we go again. Oh, Kingstone, thank you very much for the raid. We're casting the community edition of Stronghold Frenzy. This is the around 1900 level players here, struggling to lure their boars on Zimbabwe. Hello, Adam. And crocodile killed, but only 15 HP left. We'll see if the vill's daring enough. Yes, yes she is. She's shooting that elephant and running. Scout there though to help. And Aten's saying, you know what? I've lost a vill. Let's just go do a mill. I'm done. I'm done with this. We're gonna mill these things and take them out here. Elephant almost in, 15 HP left on the vill, 9 HP, she can tank another hit, and everything's all well and good there. No risks, and Rhino here. Can the Rhino get a kill? Awkward location for the vills to path to, but that'll work out for them. Let's see, let's speed this up. Will we get another lore? It looks like we will. Oh, actually, it's just a crocodile fight. Goes down. Okay, villager 25 HP. Grab an elephant and a rhino, then run back maybe. Alright, there we go, there we go. One elephant and one rhino. And the elephant is in, the rhino's in, everything through the gate. And so far so good. Vill only taking one hit now. And everything there is successful. You're the rhino outside. So I'll probably be hit for Tomo unless he's really daring. Could definitely get more food if he wanted to, but both ways up to the feudal age. That elephant gonna be killed in the fog of war. Tomo, very little HP on the scout. Maybe vills could snipe it off if they get close. I think it's a bit too far away to try that. Might have had a brief opportunity to, though. Meanwhile, stone here for Aten. No stone for Tomo, so maybe different approaches. Maybe monasteries versus hussite wagons. There, market blacksmith and market blacksmith, so no scouts. Even if Tomo's gonna boom, it's gonna be just vills on gold. Ooh, that looks like monks. This looks like monks versus Hussite wagons to me. Oh, there's a Vil trying to be annoying on the outside. Well, or a scout trying to be annoying and kill a Vil on the outside, but that scout's are really low on HP. 4 HP left, so shouldn't be able to kill a Vil. And the weak Vil gonna walk back. And both up to the castle edge within a few seconds of each other. Scout walks near a Vil, it just gets stabbed and poked down. Scout down there, same for both scouts. Yeah, and double monastery with a TC behind it versus a forward castle. Alright, monastery monk approach versus castle Hussite wagon approach. Couple of monks on the way out of those monasteries as the TC in the back is constructed. Castle up front along with the monastery. As a monk, there are petards. He's going for 2 petards. Also a boar. Hello, Aten, you didn't take your boar. Oh, now you're taking it. Now you've remembered. You had the food from the outside, right? You didn't need it till now. Didn't need it until now. It's just a bit of a luxury. And we'll have Sanctity and Fervor on the way. As the monks, the monks, they know there are Vils here and the monks are going for conversions. Oh no, they're gonna go try to convert the outside Vils. And the monks thread the needle of the vision and not get spotted until they're right on top of the Vils. I think they can. Oh, YouTube apparently. How's the YouTube stream? I'm getting a warning about that. I don't see a warning in OBS. The YouTube stream says it's struggling slightly. And 1 conversion. The other monks want conversions. The scout's there to maintain the line of sight. Yeah, clown play. Scout will block. It's a full HP scout. Vil probably needs to be deleted. And fully healed scout, but the Vil is just standing there. They need to run. Atonement on the way. So monks along the Hussite wagons for the push at the front. It says lower than recommended bit rate of 23,500. Thank you, YouTube. Monk and Atonement on the way. So 3 TCs for Tomo. Tomo booming outside to on the gold, making a play for the mountain. And how do you deal with the Hussite wagons? I think you just do redemption and convert them. It shouldn't be all that bad. The Vils will have extra HP. They'll be extra speedy. Monk versus monk. Oh my gosh, look at that. 3 conversions on the monks. Oh, Aten, beautiful monk conversions there. TC won't pick them off. They're healed. Oh, there's no devotion. That's it. No devotion for either of them. A full-on clown play then. We'll have another monastery going up here for Tomo. Ooh, 2 more monasteries. That'll be 4 monastery monks. That's the type of gameplay I want to see. All those monks. There's devotion on the way. Tomo will need to find a way to get devoted, but the problem is that he's lost all of his farms and there's no food income. Devotion does cost food. Yep, food and gold. It's not as expensive as it says there. That's for faith. Monk wants to convert another monk, keep it away. Where I am going for the monasteries, there is devotion in the front monastery, but look at the numbers, 8 monks to 4. Things are looking maybe a bit hard for Tomo as another monastery comes up, this one more forward. Monastery going down. Devotion coming in. There it is, there's Devotion. TC gonna get some shots on the ram. TC threatened a bit now. No workshop behind this, just monk. Just monk, gonna need some more production for the monks. He has all the upgrades, but needs the production. At least his eco's okay. He's up by 13 vils. But Aten's push continues. This TC is important to hold now. If that TC goes down, it opens up the passage here, opens up the rest of the base, and then this base too for raiding. That stone out there is nice. Tomo with a clandestine economy. Maybe that economy's enough to survive this, because this is a good push. On Arena, I think he'd be dead. Things take so long to produce. Maybe we should buff their production rate now. Make them come out faster. Monk has top in the TC. Rams take down the monastery. And oh, I'm looking at a castle drop on the minimap. What is that castle? That's a castle from Tomo, right on Aten's face. Aten might not have realized it yet. He has some mining camps he didn't finish. And there we go, castle on his face. Castle on his face. And they nerfed monks way too many times. Oh, Tomo wants more monasteries. Yes, that's how you monk rush. You could probably send vills and destroy all that. Not that many monks in the back. This is an important TC to keep up, though. The Hussite wagon's converted from range and deleted. Bill's repairing the TC. This is where I think you want to jump out, attack the rams, and jump back in. Or do whatever you can to attack them and jump back in. And the rams are down. The TC enough HP that it can be garrisoned. And one vill lost. And heresy on the way for Tomo. That is a bit extreme, maybe. On the other side, just a castle, no Hussite wagons. Defensive rams. Oh, and this is going to be an attempted ram push from Aten on the castle. Scorpion refused to path around the monks. Nilly. Yeah, you send the wreck to Nilly. Send him your regards. Okay, now we gotta keep an eye on two pushes at once. Ram push over there, monk push continuing here. Heresy changes things though, that changes everything. Well, if you don't get conversions, I guess that... Imp on the way. Imp here. It's the only safe place for it. If ram goes forward, trickled in though. Trickled in the rams. And vills will knock it down. Here we go. At the same time, this wall being attacked. 3 and then a 4th ram here. The referee against him. Hey, what's happening down here? No more vills. Scout cav there. I guess everyone died. I'll need that scout to report in. Alright, so Goldstone Gold being mined by opposite factions. And okay, the sharing is caring, but maybe not under an enemy TC. Tomo is up, and then once Tomo's up, Tomo can start... See, no castle. But actually, a castle could be dropped. And, okay, that's a blue castle. I was gonna say Tomo could drop a castle there, but Aten will drop it there. Then Tomo can just drop it above it. Here come the... Oh, wait, the rams. The rams... Oh, they got the castle. The rams got the castle. Another petard coming forward. Oh, this is a big ram push. 5 rams. And that's the Imp TC. It's in its own cracked terrain. Okay, monks converting everything. Bills need to pop out and fight the rams. Okay, Imp TC 98, 99, And it doesn't finish Imp. It doesn't finish Imp. Destroys it right before Imp. Oh no. Poor Tomo. Oh no. The cracked terrain TC. He needs to go back here and do Imp all over again. Doesn't have a castle for Trebs. Rams OP. Oh no. Oh. Imagine you had like one mangonel here to stop the ram push. And then could trib this. But no, alas, Aten down by 14 vills still, but that... Oh, that is tough. That is tough. So castle up here, and same thing, could maybe treb, but needs to get imp first. See, Tomo's gonna hope we can run and get a clandestine eco somewhere over here. It's gonna be hard not to run into Aten though. Gets better. So is Tomo out of this, or is Tomo still okay? He still has an eco lead. He does have 2 TCs. At least this TC's... Oh no. I was gonna say at least the TC's mostly walled. Don't tell me there's rams in that petard. Oh no. Not again. Not again. 75. 80. Here come the vills. 82. The monks want conversions. This is gonna be so close again. 90%. They're the rams. Not again. Not again. 95, 96, 97 repairs, 98. No. Third time's the charm. Rams OP. Poor guy just wants to get imp. Just wants some trips for these castles. Yeah, I guess the monks needed to convert the rams. They gotta be adjacent to it. It's awkward, but now it's time for some farms. I know he gotta get imp. There's no quitting this game until you get imp. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Well, how many rams are there? No more rams. The third attempt is gonna be okay. Oh, the clandestine eco is found too. Oh, the mangonel. Could it mangonel on Hussite wagon? Oh, it's missing now. It's missing. Attack round is still there. Commemorating what it killed. That's a lot of monks. He has heresy already. He has heresy already. It's not like he has something else to spend all that gold on. He just wants trebs. He's down by 12 vills now, but he will be up to imp. And he will have 20 Imperial Age monks. All that gold immediately, it's a treb. And then illumination, block printing, theocracy. And there's a world where he trebs all of the cracked terrain castles and is still okay. Heresy is cheating. Oh, there's him. Finally gets up. And Tomo is gonna need some good conversion luck here. Okay, here come petards. Every monk will convert one. Oh, the castle stands. There's no way this is a comeback, right? There's no way this is the player in imp trebbing and winning the game, right? There's heresy. How much cracked terrain? All of this elevated area is cracked, so all of these castles are on cracked terrain and will be taking bonus damage. They're also uphill, so they'll take less damage, but Crack terrain still applying. Overall, it's slightly less than level ground, I believe. So more petards, more trebs. Bodkin, heresy. So what are these trebs gonna do? Will this castle go down? Petard's on the way. Aten needs more petards. He's only up by 12 vills. And Jammin, thank you very much for the sub. It'll count towards Partner Plus, so thank you very much. Enjoy the imp denials. And that's gonna be one castle down. Tomo's gonna win this game, isn't he? Tomo's gonna win this game. Alright, the castle crumbles to dust. And now the Trebs can go for the next castle. There's chemistry on the way. And Bombard Cannon might be next. It is 20% for crack terrain, 20%. 25% for elevation, 20% for crack terrain. Chemistry on the way for Aten. Castle Age chemistry is the Bohemians, of course. That castle's down, and Tomo has the score lead. Tomo's doing this. Tomo's doing this, chat, I believe. It doesn't matter how many TCs he gets denied, he's Imperial Age monks. Doesn't matter. Heresy is in. Tomo's got this. Tomo has got this. More barracks up. What a clown. What a clown indeed. He's gonna convert Heresy vills. They're all deleted. Why would you delete Aten there? You got Heresy. No, make the monks spend their monk juice. Ah, poor delete. So everything aside from faith and herbal medicine from Tomo. Okay, this castle's gonna go down. The vill counts have evened up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, but Tomo's gonna do this. That's 1, 2, 3 castles, and a 4th one he's ready to take down. Morale among the villagers must be crumbling. I'd say morale among the troops, but there aren't any, just training some more hand cannoneers. So, this castle trebbed 5 trebs now. That's not going. That's not staying up. That's down right away on cracked terrain. Some of the trebs even on a hill. Tomo winning will make you so happy, but also a bit angry. Bulgarians was Aten in the first game. And they did win. And monks want conversions here. Tomo has a res collected lead and a vill lead. This game is freaking crazy. Trebs going for the monasteries. And make sure that the monks go down. Monks want to convert Trebs. That's horrifying if they do. And will they go for the mangonels? No, just going for the monastery. Monks could try to convert something here. That's a lot of monks. That's 19 monks. Monks that can tank mangonel shots. Also, the cracked terrain bonus is only for buildings, doesn't apply to units. Hand cannoneers clearing the monks. Are the hand cannoneers the answer to this game? What even is this? What is this? Treb's missing everything. More monks on the way. Oh, you saw how ineffective they are against the hand cannoneers. Huge village now for Tomo. Trip goes down. The hand cannoniers keep pushing. Hand cannoniers can be great against monks with 17 attack. The monks die in one volley. And they're mobile enough to catch them. Hand cannoniers shredding. Score difference is so huge. I guess due to resources collected. Oh wait, we have a castle attempt. As Halbs move forward, castle attempt all the way at the top of the hill. This is still cracked. Vill's gonna fight. Build count for Aten is just dropping and dropping and dropping. Aten still has a lot of gold and a lot of wood that's not spent. But food and gold for Tomo not spent. And cannoneers are here. Does this castle get denied? Does this castle get denied? 74%, 80%. More vills heading over. 89%. 95%. And it just barely goes up, and Aten will call the GG. He sniped 2 Imperial HTCs at 99%. And still somehow Tomo, with the power of Imp in the 3rd TC, wins the game. How many conversions was that? 34 to 17. What was that? That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Oh, what a game that was. That was crazy. Alright, I gotta collect myself after that one. 2-1. Aten as Tomo gets a point on the board. Winning Zimbabwe. Funny game. That was at its peak, Age of Empires. Oh, I'm gonna collect myself for a minute. That's game 4. Game 4 will be on Sardis. Saracens, Cumans, as you might imagine. I refill my water, then we'll do this. I don't know how we top that. I think we gotta just stop right here. I don't think we can surpass that brilliance. I can't believe how many monks went down to the hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers are good against monks. HC are really good against monks. If you really want to stop a monk rush, Bohemian Castle Age hand cannoneers and siege towers. Now, I don't know how this next game can live up to a game that just had 2 Imp TCs denied at 99%. But we're gonna try. So it'll be Sardis. This will be the Saracen map, as the Peltasts will be trained for Aten to have their extra bonus attack against the walls. And on the other side, it'll be Tomo as the Cumans. Again, Tomo in red, Aten in blue. This is a best of 7, Aten leads 2-1. We'll speed the Dark Age up, as we don't need to watch the Peltast slowly javelin the wall. We can watch it quickly javelin the wall. This game can be skipped. A lot of the Sardis games can be skipped. And it is Saracens for Aten. We all know what's going to happen. The Saracens will break out first. They'll grab the workshop. And the Cumans will try to ram, but that'll be too slow. And the workshop will belong to the Saracens. And then they'll have all the resources in the world. Yeah, this map is indeed, it uses the Battle for Greece elements. It's almost through. And okay, not gonna ram. I'm gonna go for a second TC. Second TC. There's indeed a lot of peltasts. And if there's no combat and players just booming, I'll just keep it on fast speed. It's a long best of 7. We can allow ourselves a bit of fast speed to get past stuff like this. So booming, Peltast not trying to break in, not attacking the wall. Trying to have enough range to attack the mercenary camp, but they don't. Maybe with fletching they would, but no fletching so far. There's fletching, there's also Castle Age. As the workshop goes up for Tomo. Wheelbarrow on the way. No loom, and the mercenary camp goes down. That's what fletching does, mercenary camp goes down. Meanwhile back here, just booming. On stone, thinking of a castle drop for some Mamluks. Does that workshop go down? The Peltasts? A couple of rams pop out. Third ram. And 1, 2, 3 stables. So once we get both players up to the castle age, I think we'll go to normal speed. Or maybe just a bit of a slower speed up. It's still going to be a while before they do anything, but Saracens are OP. That's Saracens team bonus. Peltasts destroying the workshop. Ram's ready to break out, but that's going to let the army in. There are a few knights, so finally we get some player versus player gameplay. As the knights come forward. And we'll have chain barding armor on the way for Tomo. Hello, Happy the Andy. It is Aten. And Aten is destroying some rams. Rams go down. Knights try to save it, but all the rams are dead. One ram. Everything there getting cleaned up. The skirmisher Peltast units are even decent against knights. Look at them go. Look at them go with how high their attack is. These knights plus 2 armor. So 4 armor. But 8 attack for the mercenary Peltasts. And behind this we have more TCs. Another TC here for Aten. He's down by 15, 16, 17 vills. But also has the workshop, and I think that more than makes up for it. Or no, I think it is about 12 vills or so in the Castle Age. And in Imp it would be 18, and would make up for it. So yeah, that Peltast unit is really OP. And this map didn't have the Greek units, and maybe instead had more trade workshops spread out instead of just one. Then I think it could have been a lot nicer. Well, that's what we learned. That's what we learned from running the event like this. Peltasts might need to get in. Knights want to get out. Okay, third TC. Also added in for Tomo. Upplates and Peltast engage the knights, force them back. Castle going up at the front. Here it is. Heavy plow, wheelbarrow on the way for Aten. And knights against Saracens certainly are a choice in case Mamluks start to pop out from the castle or camels from the stable, or both. And there we go, a couple of Mamluks on the way. There's the workshop too. Aten? There's one T there. Generates resources. In the Castle Age, it's equal to about 12 vils. And Imp around 18 vils. Well, Aten is grabbing Mamluks now and using Mamluks to fight the Knights, as you'd expect. Mamluks OP. Aten. And names need pronunciation guides along with them. Castle here for Aten. Handcart, stone mining, town watch, heavy plow, all on the way. Tomo. Well, Aten will do more castles in the middle. And I'm gonna have a fight. Peltasts won't be held at bay forever. Yeah, and Kumans I think are gonna struggle mightily against Mamluks. Oddly enough, the Peltasts might be the best unit against it, but the camp got destroyed by other Peltasts. Okay, let's just speed this up a bit, because I have a feeling about what's gonna happen. They will have Imp for both players, but Imp first for Aten. If Aten maybe can get some Mamluk production going, that'd be great for him. And Imp on the way for everyone, just kind of hoovering around until Imp comes in. Vills go to the outside, another castle comes forward. And both players amassing their armies, getting ready to fight. And there'll be one big push, trying to get some Ram revenge from the previous game. And here we go. Mamluks counter everything that is here. And counter it hard. Scam speed casting. And there's a GG from Tomo. And Aten wins that 3-1. Yeah, Sardis, definitely a map that we needed to update. And I think get rid of the Greek units. And then I think it becomes a much more even map. But Saracen's OP, and Aten played well enough throughout the tournament to save them for the finals. So congrats to him, as he's one game away from winning. Mamluk's OP there. Yeah, we did have some really good games on the map. Well, once players really got around to the Saracens meta, then it kind of collapsed. So 3-1, he needs one more win to seal the deal. He did win on Sardis. So Tomo can pick the next map. And let me see, looks like he picked Narok. And Regicide start. Let's look at his start. Alright, so game number 5. Aten, with a win here, would be the champion of the Kaiser League. This will be Regicide with a fortified tower, and Tomo immediately not scouting with the king, not taking the risk. Aten is scouting. He'll have a fortified tower up, protecting his stone. Lovely architecture. I think it's cute how it has a little staircase wrapping around. For the Spanish, for that Mediterranean architectured tower. And the Chinese, of course, that tower gives me nightmares from Lake Poyang when these towers were buffed. So less of an emphasis on unique units compared to a normal game of Regicide Fortress, but you still have a fortified tower with 13 range, an insanely large range, and it benefits from the range upgrades. And we'll have Aten jumping out to a score lead as he has a good bit of scouting. Especially using the king, much more so than Tomo has now. Tomo up to feudal. There'll be a stable and a barracks. And some vills forward on shorefish, but they'll come back. Anyhow, I'll just speed it up a bit. If they boom, I'll just put it on ×2 speed. Until something happens. This is the 7th best of 7 I've casted, so it's been a journey. We've had a lot of these community leagues. There's castle for Tomo. And that'll be a monastery, so light cav standard arena style play. Looks like you'll fight for relics. And looks like it'll probably just be... maybe not, actually. We got stone and gold here for the Spanish player. Maybe some type of conquistador play. Maybe conk and donk, the way it's stone and gold. That could be interesting. Scout comes back, so free to hoover around are the monks now. Light cav on the way. As Bosaw new deleted the gate for a castle. What? At least delete the wall for a castle? You could have used the gate. Where are the other missionaries gonna leave now? So 6 total relics on the map spread out in the middle. A monk for Tomo will try to grab them. And there is the castle, and here come the conquistadors. Alright, conks and an eco setup, even more on stone for potentially another castle. Could be map control into a forward castle as the strategy. As Aten will start picking up relics too. Alright, here we are. Light cav come over. The conks will try to shoot them away. Shoo them away. Devotion on the way for Aten. That's the Mediterranean architecture on this tower? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You can see how it matches with the monastery and the TC. And even somewhat matches the castle. This is, I think the Spanish castle is one of the more well-done castle designs. And second relic on the way back. Okay, so at the very least, it'll be 2 relics for each of them. As we're booming on 2 TCs for Tomo. And that's a second TC being added for Aten, but this one on the outside of the woodline. A bit more dangerous, more raidable. Now, the Chinese you'd expect to have a better economy than do the Spanish. The Spanish don't really have an eco bonus. You get a bit of gold when researching techs, and they can do their blacksmith upgrades without gold, but that's about it. Alright, there go the conks. Ready to hit the wood line, and there should be a Villa 2 dead. There's 1, there's 2, and the third can't be hit. Farm vills need to run. Ooh, another vill down, that's 3-0 on the Eco KD side. And it's a good thing the TC is up on the other side, not here on a wood line. That would have been more dead vills to the conks. Wheelbarrow on the way, loom on the way. And remember, it is regicide, so you can go for an epic king snipe. DC up on the gold. The conks keep running around, maybe going for the scouts. They can get into the TC. Hills garrison the TC, and the conks have to run past. They have 5 range. Conks do 6 range. TC's 6, same as a conk. Oh, and Swagger, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much. And there's another relic. So 1 relic over here to the east, another one deserted to the west. Each player still has more chances to grab them. Tomo hoping he won't run into a patrol of conquistadors on his way back. 3 monks together probably wouldn't be able to convince them not to kill the monks and take the relic for themselves. Conk? Nope, 6 range. 6 range. Is it the same as elite? I don't actually know. As town watch, as that monk comes in, I think the monk will get the relic just fine. You can rewind as a sub now? Yes, yes, you can do that. If you're not a sub, you can also just hop over to the YouTube channel and rewind. You can do it there too now, so it's available on both. And Twitch hopefully rolls it out to non-subs in the future, but for now, seems like a somewhat beta feature that they're testing with subs. Did it become 3-3? Where did we get kills then? Maybe the light cav must have gotten some kills. And okay, there is the final relics. It looks like 4 relics for Tomo. That's good in the long run. And 1,500 extra resources as the Chinese. The conquistadors have failed to find areas for damage. Wallingvilles? Ah, Wallingvilles then. Yeah, okay, that explains it. Some deaths on the Wallingvilles. Looks like there is a bit of a panic wall there. Up, and I can see a corpse. So that explains it. You used to be able to rewind without slub. You had to go to the VODs page, though, and view the current broadcast as a VOD. Can you still do that? Hopefully you can still do that. You did rewind to watch Toad IG. Conks come over, but they will find some Chuko news now, and with the castle on the outside gold, be fended off. Tomo might need to be careful of over-chopping here. There's Bodkin in padded archer armor on the way. And we'll have another TC on the side for Tomo. And going to mine the gold in the middle there is Aten. Oh, petards, petards! Just as the monk gets in. Petards, the conks need to be there in time, and they can go in. Aten, where are the conks? Where are the conks? There they are. They're in. Not gonna find much. There are TCs both here. They might get a villa too. Might get a monk or 3. And they'll be forced back as Imp is clicked for Tomo. Imp is clicked. Tomo gets 4 relics, has a huge eco lead as the Chinese, and really didn't take damage from the conks. Getting another TC up. This was the... I remember Doubt giving tips for Fortress. It was get a TC up additionally as you go into Imp. Improves your economy. Looks like Tomo is doing just that. Monks versus Chuko News. Forward castle for Aten. There's lots of stone in the middle of the map, so you have to be careful to claim that. And Aten certainly has. Not as much stone in your home base as you might be used to. And double ranges, which I believe just has to be skirm, right? It gotta be skirms. You'll go Chuko News skirm. Arbs may be a bit redundant with the Chuko News. Heavy plow and ballistics on the way for Tomo. And Imp here. Imp for both players, but slightly faster for Tomo. Start amassing trebs. He sees the foundation there. Tomo up to Imp, and there are the trebs. The blurred, that's just capture age subscription nonsense. I think it's like kills for individual units or like production time. I can't even read it because of the tooltip. How efficient they've been in the last minute. I don't know what that means for an archery range. I guess whether it's been training units versus not training units. Oh, and hi again, Epic Sea Dragon. Hello, hello. Adding TC's on the way up. Always do that on Fortress. That's with the wise words of doubt. Elite Skirm, Chemistry, Ring Archer Armor on the way. And initial Trub fight advantage for Tomo, especially with the resources. Might have to be careful about adding Halb because of the Cavaliers. And Tribs should be taking out the castle fairly soon. Repairville's there. Not enough repairs at the moment for Aten. And the castle's still slowly but surely losing HP. Third Trib deployed for Tomo. And that castle is crumbling. Took a long time to crumble. Bills need to repair. Ooh, the Trib is lost. Right, the Skirm should keep the Conks away while the Chukanus maybe deal with, well, also the Conks, but also the Tribs. Conks going down to the Skirms. Skirms OP. Chukanus OP. There goes the cannon, and down go the Trebs. And the repair hill, so all the forward position for Aten is lost, and this is looking like a great push for Tomo, really advantaging the Chinese economy up by over 5,000 resources. The Treb goes for a castle with its final shot. Let's get an overview of what's here. Big farming eco. King in the tower. Treb's going for the workshop. A couple of cannon on the way. Nothing over here. It's pretty barren. 175 pop to 140. Cannon that pops out of that workshop might be at risk of being sniped off. Oh, as are these Vills. Beautiful find from Tomo. Oh, 4 kills at once. What was that micro? What was that micro? Cavaliers coming though. Chukanus may be a bit out of position. Cavaliers more worried about that bombard cannon. And heavy cav archer. Right, heavy cav archer chosen for the Chinese. Yeah, it's not Thalassocracy anymore. No. This map is a bit too dried up for Thalassocracy. Aten using the market. This is the last of our Stronghold Frenzy community leagues. Waking up. Perfect. So heavy cav archer, fighting the Cavaliers. What are the upgrades for the Chinese? They miss Parthian tactics. That won't matter against other Cavaliers though. More so against Halbs. Thalassocracy after global warming. And oh, there's a raid. Conk's getting into the eco, killing some farmers. Finally some counter pressure from Aten. But don't lose Conks to the TC, Aten. Don't lose Conks to the TC. Not like this. Not like this. No, double kill. Yeah, that was a bit painful. A lot of production. And a lot of Conks going down to cav archers. Paladin on the way. I can't help but feel Paladin might be a last-ditch effort. It's quite a few Cavaliers. If they're taken out, maybe hard to replace. I feel like Aten is struggling a bit for resources, even though he has a good stockpile and good Cavalier queue. And everything there cleaned. Halb, heavy cav archer, Chukonu all converging. Oh my gosh, the Chukonus walk right into the paladins. That was ugly. They patrolled right into there. That brings the score closer. That was a disaster, but the Cav Archers and Halbs are still pushing. Armor, that's not going to be for the Paladins. Paladins needed their attack upgrades too. Last time you saw so many unit types, you were watching ACCM? Well, that's what we're hoping to have. Lots of maps that can be played in a variety of ways. And the Cavalier is going to take out, or the Paladin is going to take out the Vills on that stone mine. Elite Skirm on the way. Aten going to go for the best unit in the game. 116 to 116 Vills. Cav Archers going for the Paladins as the Halbs pop out. Paladins want to raid, maybe. Aten trying to figure out where to go with them. That's a 10k res collected difference. Yeah, this isn't even a situation where you can raid and take cost-inefficient but still winning fights. Because of that res difference now, you're down so much. And another raid on more Vills, but that'll give more army space for Tomo. Tomo needs more Trebs again. Lots of Vills inside. And here come the Halbs forward. Oh, Vills want a wall on the Paladins. They want a wall on the Paladins. Tomo going for the wall. Gets one bit of wall down. Doesn't get the gate. But that does help the Halbs get a few more pokes in. Almost got a wonderful trap there. Paladins will run out on the other side. Paladin is not really able to hit anything. Damage a Treb, but that's it. That can be repaired. And more workshops forward. Oh, Aten. Remember, this is Regicide. Oh my gosh, Aten could win the game right here. 22 Paladins. Is that enough were he just to right-click the tower because there's a hole in the wood line that he could go for the King Snipe? It actually might be. If you get Tomo distracted over here and go for it, especially if you pull all those Cav Archers away. Legit, I think he had a window of opportunity for that. Maybe passing as the Cav Archers come over here and see the full front of the army size. Okay, Paladin fight gonna get to the Trebs. Halbs are there though, that's a lot of Halbs. Able to fight the Paladins somewhat directly, since they don't have to get all the way to the base. And that is walled, it's walled up. Walled up by Tomo, recognizing the weakness. Oh, those Paladins. Paladins just got massacred by the Halbs. Tried to brute force a fight, and it did not work. Yeah, remember the Paladins? Well, we have 18 in the queue now, but that's queued Paladins. And Zippity Boop, thank you for using your Prime sub. I don't even remember. Well, now there are more Paladins, but that just means more Paladin deaths. Thank you so much for the support at the Prime sub. I hope you all have enjoyed Stronghold Frenzy. And Treb's going for the castle. That'll be a castle going down. It will be. And I don't think this force from Aten can hold much longer. Treb goes down, Paladin numbers dwindle, the heavy Cav Archers are killing them, the Halbs are killing them, and even the Skirms are falling. More Cavaliers push forward. Chinese are OP. And I think this is looking lost for Aten as his pop drops. He thinks so too. And Tomo will continue the set to get the score to 2-3. And send us to game number 6. So still alive is Tomo. And considering one of those games was Sardis with Saracens, and the other games were close, he's doing pretty well. So GG, Chinese economy, amazing. I remember when Skarm were OP. I remember that too. Alright, so that's a loss for Aten on Narak. 3-2. Oh, the next map will be Nagome. Next will be Nagome. Alright, gonna take a quick break right before this game. Just in case we have 7 games. Let me make sure I get an ad out of the way. I'll be right back, and we'll have Nagome. Snack break for you. Well, it is time for Nagome. The amazing map. I think probably the most amazing one from the tournament. And here we go. 2-3. Hindustanis against Lithuanians. And Aten saving for the finals. Saracens for Sardis and Lithuanians for Nagome. Must have had one great run through the tournament to have those civs still available. Hindustanis as a potential counter to Lithuanians, that's interesting. And also not doing the TC on the starting wood line, going more towards the middle. We'll have some shorefish access there. I haven't seen that yet, but decent start all the same. And speed the Dark Age up just a bit. These players will, for the most part, just be booming. Remember, you can build as many TCs as you want in the Dark Age. You start with a TC on this island complex to the right, and then a Nomad start on the large landmass to the west. And there are 7 relics on this island to the east that the Lithuanians, in particular, may want. You've seen on this map, it's always an adventure to pick up those relics. Always an adventure getting your transport ship micro to work. The most interesting game I've seen was Portuguese on the island. Elephant lore. And usually you see multiple Dark Age TCs as the best strat here. But Feudal Age on the way quickly for Tomo, and maybe he wants to go water. Dock going up for Tomo, so it looks like he really does want to fish. Lithuanians love adding extra TCs because they get 100 food per TC, and that's 4 TCs as Aten already starting to pull ahead. Didn't dock, and at least the 2 docks will add some fish. Oh wait, he did dock. Oh, he did just in the south. Blue on water I didn't see. Market blacksmith for Tomo. Tomo gonna FC. I imagine that's an FC into camels for the Hindustanis to try to deal with Lithuanian cav? That's what I'd imagine. Fire galley on the water. Oh, remember fire galleys? This is the current patch, not the Thalassocracy patch. So no hulks. Outpost here also for Tomo. Wants some vision of what Aten's doing. He'll have to use one of his TCs for Town Watch. Going around more outposts. I enjoy the aggressive outposting. That is lovely. So more fire galleys on this pond. And there we go, Town Watch. Town Watch and Castle Drop. Oh, that castle could have been more forward. Could have been on a TC. You needed more of your own outposts. All the outposts over here when they needed to be a bit forward on the west. And there is a War Galley. And you can see the big difference in vills. 87 to 58. Of going for those Dark Age TCs. And it's going to be a tough task for Tomo. However good the unit composition, to raid and break this defense. You didn't even know you can make more than one before Castle Age? Yes, you can. Oh, no. Yeah, you can make as many as you want before Castle Age. Or I think there might be a limit, but it's like 90 TCs. Like 99 TCs. The fire ship's on the water. That's why I was so behind it. Yep, that's why Lithuanians were so far ahead then. Not only one dock, not as much emphasis on the fish, just the TCs. What is that monastery? Why is the monastery not here going for the rocks? Only 1999 TCs. So is that 99 additional TCs in addition to the first one, or including the first one? There's some glomms hoovering around. Oh, look at the quick walls from Aten. The quick walls. Vills on the box turtle have to go run and garrison. Now, those were some nice quick walls. In total, imagine someone picking Persians and doing 99 TCs to douche. It'd be amazing. And Aten up to Imp, but the Gulam raids are pretty effective. Gulam raids are effective. Aten down, or Aten up by a few thousand resources though. And it's gonna be difficult to catch up with just these Gulams. And Imp for Aten. And with his own castle, that's probably gonna mean Trebs. And Hindustanis by themselves, usually a good multi-TC civ because of that Vil discount. And armored elephants from the workshop. Starting to amass them to go for this castle. Latest on the way. And no monastery over here for the relics just yet. Oh, there's a transport though. There's a transport, there's a monastery. Okay, a third armored elephant, but Imp is so close. I don't know if Tomo recognizes the dire position he's in right now based on the score. There's 3 elephants. What do you need? 4? Remember, you can garrison them in the castle, then just pop them out. And follow them with monks to heal them. There's Imp. Here's Imp, and Trebs will start popping immediately from that castle. Not gonna wait for another elephant, just gonna go for it. And, ooh, Mangonel there in time. Gulam's there to pick off the Mangonel, though. And the elephants can go for the castle. Vil's gonna body block. Castle gonna try to pick off the Gulams. One goes down. Elephant's gonna get back. Don't feel like they can push with that Mangonel there. Ooh, and Tomo's still with a score lead, but I think that might be a bit deceptive. Monk's gonna heal. And the Trebs are going for the castle. And I imagine Tomo can probably feel the economic difference of not having everything that he wants. Elephants, they take a while to heal. You need a Byzantine player or ally to heal him faster. Or monks, and they're even really slow to heal. Interesting. Trebs going for the TC. Now the question is, do you go for the castle or the Trebs? And in case it is the Trebs, Aten will do a stone gate and ensure the elephants cannot break through very simply. Same thing with the camels, making sure that the siege is protected. Trebs are going for the castle. Castle desperately being repaired. The scores have flipped. And Aten adding in more TCs. 137 to 96 Vils. 4,000 more resources. And good evening, Numerfolt. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome into a Trub War. And Tomo's going to abandon the castle. It's just in time for the end, but it looks like Aten might be trying to clinch it here. He takes out the castle, and he is an imp in pushing with more Vils. And we're seeing the effect of those extra TCs. And how much they impact the game over here. At the very least, Tomo can grab relics. How good will Tomo be at grabbing relics? Usually this is a huge APM intensive task that no one does correctly. But there he goes, first time over, ready to disembark the transport. Castle push forward from Aten, as the Trebs deploy, maybe looking for that workshop. And no, he didn't even ungarrison, right? He went to the side of the island without the relics. Workshop down, pikemen forward, handcart on the way. I think Tomo can look at the score and maybe feel the eco difference at this point. Elephants going for the Trebs, but the Liereyy and the pikemen are there. Trebs get a dock. Not even a single Treb goes down. Those elephants melt to the pikes. Just melt. And there's Imp. Imp on the way for Tomo. Hello, Vils. But there's the GG. And well, now in hindsight, Tomo knows that you can build more TCs on the map. Made it to the finals without knowing that. But GG's there. He gave us some really entertaining games, and congrats to Aten. Lithuanians are, from what we've seen, the best civ on that map too, so amazing that he was able to save them for that long. GG, and that game number 3 was something else. Very fun tournament. Glad you enjoyed, and hope you all enjoyed the community events. That was a lot of casting. Ooh. Oh, that was your home map too. You don't even know your home map pick. That's okay. I know lots of people probably were confused there. And if you want to go back, you can, either on the Twitch VOD or on YouTube. I'm probably going to be ending the stream right here. Aten is the current community Kaiser. Or Kaiser. So thank you all for watching. We'll go send a raid over to... we can raid Bean Dip on Twitch. Haven't seen her play an agent while. We'll raid Bean Dip. He's one of the OG AV2 streamers. And then over on YouTube, I'll see you guys later. I don't know if I'm going to cast Thalassocracy tomorrow or not, but I am indeed going to try to cast the finals on Sunday. So I'll see you all later.